Hey everyone, I might go live a little bit later, around 7. If I this probably won't be a long stream, but it might go 2 hours or maybe even longer if I have like Ghosts and Huggins in there or in here or anybody else that I'm gonna have on here. Because this is also up a panel. There's multiple types of things that I'm gonna do on this stream. There's a life update, a reaction video, Bible quotes, and upper panel. But upper panel would be just be not the last one would be upper panel where I have people in just to chat or just to have people in. I won't put the link in the chat because I don't get like porn bombed by having anybody in and they that's the stream by showing pornography or showing breasts or coming to the stream talking nigger and N words and stuff like that. I don't want that. So I'll just probably send it to people on Facebook. Maybe Ghost. I might. I don't think the Ghost. I'll probably just send it to like J Dog, Zach D Productions. Who else? I don't know what to talk about with them though, but I know J Dog like to talk about like TV shows and entertainment really, but like Zach D Productions like to talk about movies, but um, so those two people I can have is Zach D Productions and J Dog and who else? I don't know if I have Goten because I don't want Goten to be, you know, I don't want to go. If I have just Goten, it'll be just Goten. But I, it many people I probably have will probably be checking to see if they want to join. Zach D Productions and J Dog. If I want to see if they could join, but I'm not sure if they want to join though. But if they want they could join, I'll give it like a couple minutes if they can join. If they message me say I can't join, I'll be that's fine with me. But I at least want to have them in. 'Cause I it be like that even though it's just like private streams usually if he says has to have me join, but um. And J Dog used to go live. He'll go live, but he don't really make videos to go live that much really. So he must be on people's streams a lot. I think Funny Guy's live right now. I think I unsubscribed to Funny Guy. Situation with him and the whole. He cuts out of me because of the Kadeem situation, Kadeem and Sonya situation. So I really just keep my distance. But I still talk to him on Instagram. I think he still follows me on Instagram, and he still follows my second channel, my vlog channel. But we don't really talk to each other because I think he blocked me on Facebook, and I think Robert Hernandez, my brother, blocked me from Facebook too. So and I think Richard King too, they blocked me from Facebook too. But I plan on not like blocking them while he on Facebook and actually block me. 'Cause it depends on the situation. I can see why people block me because if I'm cool with certain people and they want me to cut out with them, I ain't cut out with them because I want to gain more following on Facebook. Get that reward of having thousands of friends or followers on Facebook. It's hard to get to the area because I don't get a lot of followers on Facebook. I get a lot of reaction to my Facebook stuff, but I don't get a lot of I don't get a lot of followers. I like if you react to myself and just follow my page, follow my, because I don't do the whole front end because you can't trust. And I block people if they try to sell me or try to scam me. Because this one person tried to scam me. She tried to video call me, but she or he tried to video call me. But I know she trying to scam me. I ain't falling for that scam. I ain't putting in my account number so you can scam me and then get money out of my account and scam me for money. I ain't mess with that mess. I ain't on Facebook, can't trust Facebook, can't trust social media with people scamming you and try to take all your money. So as they always try to do. So it's all call for like those especially on Instagram they try to promote for a shout I'll shout it was sent to millions of followers on this page and that page. If you spend this amount of money. No, I'm not doing that. I rather game up organically. And I'm not really, I'm really trying to use pen pal. I'm trying to spend my money on. I got money like that. Spending money up for just social media or just followers or just reactions on it. Just uh, I don't want to do all that. So I'd rather not do that. Spend money on followers and likes and I used to do it. I used to do it, but since that they can't scam you because if it's pen pal, I don't think they can scam you or maybe cash out. Well, cash out, he can probably try to scam you. I taking your money or just maybe get your bank account. If you get your bank account information, they can just wipe your account clean and just you know take your money. So this I don't mess with that. Um, sharing stuff on social media, I don't mess with it. So, life update. I'm doing pretty well. I went to church today. Doing pretty well. Just I feel pretty good. I gave my friend a gift. She worked out a restaurant near me, so I thought I'd give her a gift. 'Cause, I started doing gifts because I know it was her birthday coming up Friday, July 10th. So that's how I like giving her. I was thought about giving her like another another gift. I don't know if I'll get it for her or not off of Amazon because I bet she'll like it though. It's something like to keep your body clean and stuff. So more like a body care and stuff. If I do get it to her, I'll give it to her. Probably, probably towards the end of her birthday, maybe if I do get it. Cause I feel I'm like going to eat because I end up eating there. So this I'm not trying to eat at these or trying to eat at restaurants right now. I'm trying to like eat what's in the house and it's like eating with these and White Castle because there's a lot of places, lots of food restaurants around my area. So it, I'll never go hungry. You have to eat, but of course, I have to pay for it. But there are some places to eat here around the place where I'm at, the place where I live at. So there's so much stuff around. Well, my mom got me a good place. I love this place, but I like to be by myself. But it's probably time for me to like sign the lease for me to stay at this place. Um, I plan on staying on this place as long as possible as I can. Maybe at least until I probably find somebody. Eventually, if I find somebody, I move in with them, or it can might move in with me. I don't know, but I probably gotta get a key made for them to move in with me. But it's a good place for two people living. Even though you live by yourself, two people living it's good to be living too. Not just one person living. It's a city apartment, really for one person, really. If you have one bed or a two bedroom or two bedrooms, you have two or three people live in the same bedroom. But I have that, but for myself, I'm just single. I don't think consider myself single. I consider myself in a complicated relationship right now. You know, I've been doing my fifth for like 12 years. 12 years. I deal with her years. I always help her. She be helping me too. She helped me. Help me with groceries too. It seems like I help her a lot. She tried to be a good friend to me too. She tried to keep me positive. So she does things for me too. It's not just me doing everything for her, but if I can always say no if I feel like I don't want to help you out. I can always say no, like or just don't. I could just say I don't have it. Because that time I do not have it. But usually, if I did have it, I'll just give it to her. But if I don't have it, I don't have it. She'll understand, but she gotta give it that answer. Like if I don't have it, I'll have it. I have no job right now, so I can't help you out. Be Mr. Superman. You gotta figure things out. And you still, this all said. This all said June. Damn, darn. I don't know if I could change it. Let's see. I don't think I can change it though. I'll probably change it after the stream. Okay. Hopefully I can change it. I don't think I can change it though. Hmm. I can't change it. Oh well. I'll change it after I do the stream. But it's like you can't change the time. Well, it's a new month, so it's hard to get used to these new. I changed it. Look like I changed it. Um, it changed. Let's see. Let's look at the YouTube. I think I had it on. Um, I think I had it on June on the other stream too. Yeah, it still says June still the 6th. So I probably have to change it when I get off the when I do it get off the line. I did it on the other stream too, so I have to change those. Yeah, I change it, but gotta change it eventually. But yeah, um, so I'm doing pretty well. I want to get back into working. That's how I want to get back into working. Once I get back into working, I'm pretty sure I want to get. I want to also work out every day, Monday through Friday, depending on what days I work. I have to work. I still want to have my Sundays off though. But that's the job I have. I want to still have Sundays off. I like to have a weekend off though. I love having a weekend off. Um, I love to just chill, relax on the weekend. If there's a job where I can have weekends off, or just have like at least just Sunday off, Sunday to go to church, that'd be cool. Maybe I have to build seniority in order to get Sunday off, but that's understandable. Um, I could do that. So I don't know if fleas have a job where they get clean. I could probably clean the bathrooms. I don't have to do. Well, I clean the bathrooms. Unless I could do clean the bathroom. Well, maybe that's all I could do. Clean the bathroom. Very much you could do at least what I can do on leaves. Like, I work the cash register. I probably can't cook though. I think they make some of the chicken be already made sometimes. So pretty sure they. So I would cook. I would do it. I would. It was like just had to teach me. I mean, friend had to teach me how to cook the chicken and everything. But I never worked at a restaurant before, so that's something I got to learn if I do work at a restaurant. So, well, I still think about just go ahead and try to work White Castle just to it'll be a job, even though restaurant jobs are hard, but I'd rather work somewhere and somewhere closer too. I could just walk there, and I probably won't eat there. I probably eat the breakfast probably, but I probably won't really eat there. Probably on my break eat like a breakfast sandwich, but I probably won't really eat there. But I'd rather. They said they hiring. I remember when I recently went to I guess they said they was hiring. So hopefully, before this month is over, I would like to get a job eventually cleaning. But if I can't find a job, I might get what's online. See what's online. I'll search it up and see what's online to see what I can do online. So um, I believe Oscar Woodson he does something online where he does his own business. So hopefully that's successful for him, whatever business he does. But I could invite Oscar too. Oscar, I could invite Oscar and Ghost and both of them, or just one of them. I could. Uh, there's Oscar, there's Ghostin, there's J Dog, there's Zach D Productions. Those are the main four people I can invite if I want to invite someone. If so, I could invite Larry. I could invite Brian Delivers the Goods. So that's like 6 or 5 people. 6 or 5 people I can invite. Who else I could invite? That's what I could invite if I was a stream. But that's really my life update. I'm doing very well. Just after basically working out, I'm in shape. I actually my video. Actually, I got a little bit buffer. Yeah, yeah, I'm a bit buffer. So I'm getting in shape. Just staying in shape, really. Just staying in shape. I'm pretty good health, really. Sometimes my blood pressure be kind of high, so I have to take care of my blood pressure. I might be I could be a diabetic. I went to last time I went to the doctor. They said I was kind of diabetic, or I just didn't lay off the sugar. I needed exercise more. That's what they must have said when I did went to the doctor. But I haven't been to the doctor in a while, so I need to get back and go to the doctor soon. But probably as soon as I get my teeth clean, I'll probably make a doctor's appointment and go to the doctor. So I could go to the doctor, um, and get my body checked, see how my body is. Um, I already have my body part. That's the only problem I have. Is sometimes my head or sometimes I get a headache or sometimes my chest hurts when I eat certain foods. I've been eating more healthy lately. I've been staying on basically on kind of like a diet. I don't eat too many fake foods. I eat chips. That's the thing I eat, but I don't eat like I don't snack on a lot of foods really. I always just eat lunch and dinner really, or breakfast and dinner, and that's really it. I eat twice a day really. I don't really eat a lot, so sometimes my food does go to waste because I don't eat as much. But I am getting it. I say money. I'm a more thick guy. I'm not really like slim. I'm not slim like I used to be when I was a teenager or a kid. When I was really slim, I was skinny, but I got more like thicker. Like I'm thick. I don't think I'm really big. I'm like a big guy, but I'm really thick with it. Thick with it. Thick with it. I'm really thick with it. Thick with it. But, so basically, I noticed that Umbrella Watcher. I look up Umbrella Watcher's 97 YouTube channel. It does say dead user, so I guess he's done with YouTube. But I hope the best from him as far as like college though. But I know he does. And he went to college or was doing college classes. When I talked, when he used to talk, when he used to be cool with him. So, but whoever that person, that Green Piccolo guy, was blaming me of probably screen recording that his face. I didn't even know how to do that, so that wasn't me. So it was either him or somebody whoever got the link to the screen that video or screen private stream he did that Robert did or not Robert but Galton. Not Robert, I Galton, but Umbrella. I don't mean to say wrong because you got actually people YouTube name instead of their real name. Um, Umbrella usually he usually send the stream out to trying people to see look at his private stream. But I think it was a live stream and then it went private. So because everybody was private now, just everybody was talking to private about when the live stream was off. So sometimes he would do that on his live stream. He would be done with his live stream. Everybody would talk to private. So I used to be in his stream stuff, but that was a good thing about everybody. Everybody I was friends with or cool with or just acquaintance with. It was I had Umbrella and everybody like Richard King and who else? Um, Funny Guy and who else? Uh, I think Tim Park. I think Tim Park. Neon Cabrera. I used to be cool with. Because they have him. He was just happy my stream too. Um, yeah, I think he's on my pirate stream, but most people be on my pirate stream if I have them on my pirate stream. But because everybody don't want to talk out in the open, bro. They can say what they want. They probably show videos with music and voice, and usually I try to pay videos with no noise, not too much. They call copyright, so yeah. So yeah. So I'm gonna play some music to, from the StreamYard. And just look at see what videos I can play as far as the reacting to videos. See what videos to react to. I got like two videos I can react to that. I was watching a recent video about Jimmy Stewart, the actor. You know, so I believe he has like a biopic movie that's by playing him. So I was watching that video. Mm. So other, I might watch X Men '97. I might actually do a video of him. I'll give my thoughts on X Men '97. X Men '97, X Men '91. I'll give my thoughts about him. But I'm pretty cool with him. We don't have no beef or anything, but I know he's not cool with Larry, or Larry's not cool with him. But, I think X Men I think X Men '97 subscribe to my YouTube. X Men '91, I keep saying X Men '97, X Men '91. Um, subscribe to my YouTube channel, but I recently want to watch the videos and just comment on videos, but sometimes I don't have a chance to. I want to like pick a day where I just binge watch his videos and just comment on most of the videos. But the last video I commented on was Tupac ranking. I thought to me, Eyes on Me was my number one favorite. I think he was number one favorite was I forgot what album it was, but um, let me look it up. I believe it was an album that was his favorite. That he had again more that Eyes on Me was number two though, but I believe it was it's either Me Against the World or one of his Palmares albums. Probably was Me Against the World. But yeah. But I might actually look at that video and see what because I did comment on that video. I might react to that video and give my reaction to that video. But yeah. So then I'll play some music for a while and then I'll get back. I'll be back here to I'll get back with the reacting to videos. So I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna watch this. This is a single man with no kids 101. Let's listen to this video. I believe this video is by Scar. That's the YouTuber name.
Yo, e aí, preto hermano, você saber que é bom. Now, in this one, listen, quick huddle up for all my guys. Listen, all my guys, all young men, middle-aged men, even older men. Listen, if you don't have kids, single men without kids, and specifically single black men without kids. Listen, quick huddle up, man. No need to have a bad case of FOMO. Quick huddle up, man. Listen, FOMO for what? Listen, man, when you're single at the end of the day, black man, listen, you can call an audible. You can call an audible. You listen, you can switch plays. If you want to call ISO, go solo. Listen, you can do it. Take it to the paint, cross them up, shoot a three. You can do what you want because why? You don't have the baggage. You don't have the responsibility. As a single man, your only person to look out for is yourself. Listen, and especially being a young man, listen, if things are up and down for you like a roller coaster, today you up, tomorrow you down. You know what I'm saying? Next week you broke, the week after next, you got 10K in your pocket. Yo, it's like that. It's a roller coaster. But don't listen. You don't have kids. You don't have a daughter coming to you, daddy. I want new crayons, daddy. I want to try out for cheerleading, daddy. I need new clothes. You don't have your son talking about, hey, yo, dad, yo, I need new gym shoes. I want the new Jordans. Yo, pops, I'm hungry, man. Can you feed me? Yo, pops, the bill's not paid. The light's not on, man. What's happening? Yo, you don't have nobody depending on you. Listen, you don't have a woman coming to you talking about, oh, you're not paying me no attention, or you're not around the crib no more, or you work too much, so I cheated on you. Like, you don't have nobody saying that nonsense to you, black man. Listen, you're a single guy and better. You have no kids. That's why, first of all, black men, let's keep it a stack. Because we're a man, we're hated. Because we're a black man, we're even more hated. And you're a black single man with no kids, yo, you're the most detrimental person to the society. Just you by yourself, you can disrupt the system. Because why? We can't chain him down. Oh, wait, hold on. And on top of that, wait. You're a black man, single, no children, and you have no felonies. You are a black man who is unstoppable. You feel me? You are a black man who is unstoppable. All the hood bros, listen, let them guys be king of the city. Let them guys be king of the borough. Let them guys be king of their side of town. You feel me? Let them guys claim whatever they want to claim, rep whatever they going to rep, throw up whatever they going to throw up, twisting their fingers. Yo, listen, let them guys do that. You feel me? And it's not putting nobody down, but I mean, when you really look at what comes with the lifestyle of just the streets, I mean, bro, listen, you can't go nowhere. You feel me? You can't go nowhere, dude. I mean, can you travel with a felony? Yes, but you're going to be limited to certain places because guess what? Some places have a standard. Guess what? You're going to be limited because why? Some places have a standard. You feel me? And the reality is, yo, listen, you're a black man with all of those traits and qualities about yourself. The government hates you. Listen, they're going to tax you the most. A company doesn't want you to climb the corporate ladder because why? We can't trust them. I saw something in one of my comment section videos. I never uploaded this one, right? But I saw something that was like black women talking about how white men don't trust black men, and and neither does black women or something like that. But she was talking about how why would a why would a white man promote or hire a black man who don't have no kids? Something along. I think she was talking about the promotion or like hiring a guy who's black with no kids. Pretty much saying, oh, he doesn't have a wife and kids. How can you trust him? Oh, I'm like, yo, what? See, that's because they're conditioned. I mean, everybody's conditioned to a certain degree, but
Yep.
they're conditioned that if you don't have anchors, you are a flight risk. You feel me? If you do not have anchors holding you down, you feel me? Restricting you from freedom, holding you back. You feel me? Having to put yourself in a position where you feel like, yo, I gotta do what I gotta do. Yo, listen, it's one thing doing what you have to do because it benefits you and you solely versus doing what you have to do to support a family. I'm like, listen, bro, I mean, life isn't perfect. Life isn't exactly how people want it to be. But listen, I'm not going to be, 45 years old. I got kids to take care of, and I still got to bust my ass to work 80 hours a week to provide for kids. I would rather not have no kids. If I have to put in 85 hours a week just to provide, you feel me? Come on. And again, we all know it's one thing to put in 85 hours on yourself, but putting in 85 hours at a job, listen, come on, son. As a black man, single black man, childless black man with no felonies, man, the world is your oyster.
Yeah.
Don't let nobody tell you different. And again, when it comes to FOMO, like I said in the beginning, fear not, black men. Your time is coming. Don't have FOMO. I know you're watching Glock. Say, listen, come on, we was all there. Come on, listen, we was all there, man. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Shit, you can go back to 17, 16, 15. Glock Tavy has been winning for a long time. I think we all saw, listen, dudes conform. I'm going to talk about that too. Listen, they know you're afraid, black man. See, I had one of them tell me, she didn't say it, but she wanted to say it. You know how they think. Yo, listen, because you don't conform, you're afraid. Yeah, I'm afraid of the consequences of what's coming with the nonsense that's promoted to us. Again, black men, you don't even champion it. Guys only champion the nonsense because the women call for it. The women champion, the women big it up. So again, as a man, if you want sex, if you want access to I guess a relationship, you have to thug max. You have to. The average black man, he thug maxes. You feel me? The average black man thug maxes, dude. I saw with my own eyes. I'm talking about dudes who had every Jordan, dudes who had every throwback jersey, dudes had the Avrex, dudes had the North Face, dudes had the Arc'teryx, dudes had Moncleese's in high school. Yo, your parents buying you 12, 13, $1,400 jackets, and you wouldn't put a tattoo on your face? Yo, come on, black man, fear not. A bad case of FOMO. Listen, you guys remember the dude from back in the day? Yo, damn, what was the dude named Swally from Ray Shrimmer? If I'm saying that right? Yo, he was talking about the FOMO. I never had a bad case of FOMO, yo, black man. You only do what you do because you feel like you're missing out. I'm here to tell you, listen, you are not missing out. Let Glocktavius win. Let Pookie win. Let Tyrone win. Listen, I know you chose to do the straight and narrow. You went to college. You went out here and got you a trade. You went out here and started, driving trucks. You worked your way up in the company. You did what you had to do. You chose the straight and narrow. I'm telling you, dudes, listen, the doors are open. Call an audible. Call an audible. I've been telling dudes, listen, especially them dudes, you deep in the southern states. Yo, listen, get up out of there, man. Listen, let these dudes keep on running around their neighborhoods. Let the dudes be king of the boroughs. Let them dudes listen. King of the borough never left his borough. Let him stay over there. King of his county, let him stay over there. Let these dudes stay up north. Let them dudes stay deep down south. And I'm not saying nothing wrong with up north, but again, you got people who never left their neighborhood, never left their block. You feel me? I saw a video clip of a youngin from the projects, dude. He said, "Listen, I was born in the projects." He feel me? He said I can get like a chopped cheese. No, not even a chopped cheese. He said I can get like fried rice or something like that at the deli. He can get his smokes, get his bottle. Yo, the young dude was like 14. He said, if I have like 7, 8 kids, they're gonna increase my taxes or something like that, my tax return. Yo, I'm like, dude, 14, he's already mentally defeated. You feel me? At 14, at that point right there, the way how he was talking, yo, you can't reverse that. You can't bounce back from that. I mean, maybe you can at 14, but come on, so let's keep it a stack. Dudes like that, that's who you have to compete against. When they think about you, especially in areas where it's a bunch of hood bros, that's what they compare you to. Again, listen, some of you dudes, you could be somewhere in Sweden. You could be somewhere in Sweden. You feel me? Yo, you could be somewhere in the Ukraine tucked off. Nobody knows you were there. You tucked off. No one knows you there. You could be somewhere deep in Thailand. You could be somewhere off in Japan, somewhere off in Brazil. You feel me? You dudes can be over there in Santiago, Chile, Colombia. Yo, some of you dudes could be in Africa, dude, South Africa. I mean, listen. I mean, you dudes can do what you want to do. You feel me? You dudes can do what you want to do. I'm just giving out suggestions. I'm just telling you dudes, listen, no need to conform. No need to have FOMO. You feel me? A single man without kids, you're undefeated. You're unstoppable. And because they know nothing is tying you down, you don't have no responsibilities outside of yourself. Listen, how can you control a man like that? Like I said, you're a flight risk. You're a flight risk, man. Listen, black man, I'm telling you, dude, listen, the world is your oyster. Call an audible. Call an audible, man. Listen, I'm telling you, you have an option. You don't have to deal with the stuff if you don't want to. Listen, if you don't want to deal with them, get away from them. If you don't want to deal with American BS, you can get out of America because guess what? No one's going to hold you back for unpaid child support because they think you're trying to escape the country. Glocktavius, he's backed up on child support. Tyrone, he's backed up on child support. Pookie, he's backed up on child support. When you try to go through TSA, yo, listen, we getting red flags on you. you making the alarm system go off, man. Martin's is flashing red because guess what? He's trying to escape. Yo, no one's holding you back. Listen, black man. They want you stuck. They want you to be local. They want you to wear another man's name. They want you to wear another man's name on the back of your jersey. No, black man. Your own name should be on the back of your jersey. Your own name should be on the back of your jersey. Yo, black men, they want you out here knowing another man's stats. Yo, I can't tell you nobody's stats, black men. Even when I was sports betting, yo, I wasn't watching the game to make sure that these dudes were scoring. I was just hoping I crossed my fingers that I hit. You feel me? I was just crossing my fingers. I'm not putting on no sports. Listen, watching another man, listen, he's out there winning millions. What are you doing? Cheering on for him? Yo, you a cheerleader, black man? Come on. We not doing that. We not doing that, dude. And listen, when you do get your passport, when you finally do go overseas, man, don't be over there talking down on the people. You talking about the dude in the local barrio. Listen, he got one Jordan on, one LeBron shoe. You feel me? Man, forget that now. He got one D Rose, one Mellow shoe. You feel me? I'm like, come on. We not doing that. Dudes in the barrio, dudes in the favela, he making 300-400 a month. I'm like, oh, come on. Don't compare yourself to these people, man. They can smell that on you. You feel me? Listen, take it from somebody who's a quote unquote tether. They can smell it on you. They know when you coming. They know when you coming through, and you thinking you big balling. Guess what? They gonna show you what's good, black man. I'm just letting you brothers know. Have a plan B. A lot of you dudes feel suck. A lot of you dudes feel stuck because you do not have a plan B. What's your plan B? Yo, really do your research. Look up visa options. Look up the price of an apartment for the year. Look up the climate. Look up the allergies that's common within that country. Look up the healthcare. Look up the lawyer system. I'm sorry, the judicial system. You feel me? Look up the laws. Look up transportation. Look up again things dealing with the language. You have a plan B. Listen, you're childless. You have no felonies, black men. You feel me? I'm telling you, dudes, you have FOMO because you feel stuck. And you feel stuck. Part of it is because you're lazy. You feel me? You're not putting in the work. But you feel stuck because you don't have a plan B. As a man with no anchor, listen, you should have plan B, plan C. And honestly, whatever your plan B option is, I mean, if you can make it tie into plan A, right? It could work out for you, you know. I'm just giving out ideas. I'm not telling you guys what to do. But if you make plan A and plan B kind of align, you set the goal high, right? And you achieve that standard, you don't realize how many doors you opened up for yourself. You feel me? Because you set the bar so high, think about the opportunities that you would still take that's below your bar. You feel me? You didn't need what you needed for this, but technically you're overqualified. Technically you have too much skills. Technically you're overprepared, right? I mean, I'm just giving out some ideas, dude. Anyways, you're a single man with no kids, no need to worry. I understand right now. So listen, for some, especially the young dudes, things might look dark right now, man. You 18, 19, you 20. Listen, don't jump off the porch. Don't call your cousin with the pack. Don't call your man's down the street. Listen, take the slow and easy road. Take the straight and narrow road. Listen, don't have FOMO. I understand Loctavius winning. I understand Tyrone winning. I understand these dudes are having a fun right now. Listen, they're having fun right now, black men. What about later? What about when it's real? Again, having fun. I will admit, being right again, I'm 26 years old. Do I want to have the most fun right now in my 20s? You only get to be 21 one time. You only get to be 25 one time. You only get to be 29 one time. Yes, having fun in your 20s is unmatched, but I'm telling you, the sooner you lock in, the sooner you put the plan together, the sooner you execute, right? I'm telling you, if you can lock in early, get to the goal early, you can enjoy your 20s. And if you don't make it by your 20s, let's say you hit 30, but you sacrifice your 20s. I'm telling you, yo, listen, now you have all the mistakes, you have all the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding from your 20s to bring into your 30s. And again, you're more complete, you're more put together, you're more well-rounded. You feel me? All-star type of player, all-star type of player. That's what you are. Anyway, son. Yo, I'm out. Peace.
Yep, black men stay single for now. Eventually you'll find somebody, but ain't no love out there. Like I said before, I asked you on Facebook, ain't no love out there. Stay single. 'Cause man out there, man, most men are just sex, and most of them are just out here for money. Depending on what women you can trust, some women you just cannot trust. Some men you cannot trust. For the women, I should say, some of these men you cannot trust really. Um, Can't really trust nobody really, unless it's your mom. So depending on what kind of mom you have, depending on what type of dad you have. The other you know, impression you get depending on your family. But as you depend on yourself, you gotta depend on yourself, you gotta work on yourself, mainly. Work on yourself, basically. You gotta work on yourself. Um, soon as I say for me, what I want to do is as soon as I get a job, I want to go to like Ohio Media School and do broadcasting. That's what I would like to do. Needs to have some type of degree or some type of go to some type of trade school or something. Do some type of trade school. If I, but I want to get a job first before I do it. Do the whole thing of going to school. Well, I do want to go back to school just to have some type of degree, get a degree or some type of trade. But I can figure things out to do. Like I do like to draw. That's what I used to do was draw. I haven't did it lately, but it's draw. But I don't have to draw in a while. Unless I haven't did it. I haven't writing in a while. I gotta get back into drawing and writing. And just really write down my thoughts. Um, yeah. Yeah, I say, just basically keep yourself busy, working out. Honestly, for black men, basically stay working out, stay in shape, go to your doctor's appointment, dentist appointment. Um, this is for the fellas. You gotta take care of your body, take care of yourself, take care of your. If you have a family, take care of that. Take care of your family, manly too. If you single man, no kid, take care about yourself. That's all you have to worry about is yourself. Worry about yourself being successful. To me, I'm single with no kids, and I think that I don't tell myself single. I tell myself in a complicated relationship, but technically, I'm single. I mean, I'm single because I could choose whether I like to deal with a certain woman. But if well, I'm gonna try to, I'm just telling I don't have it. And it comes to money. I should have kids. I don't have it. Ain't hurt that son asked me for money. Yeah, asked me. He asked me a lot, but he just asked me once and then gave it to him. But I say I don't have it. I'll just tell him I don't have it. But like, man, no, I gotta tell him like I don't have it. I can't help you. Yeah, my responsibility is. He's dealing with all of these bad guys, and, it was still good actually. I don't think she's using me, but she's like magical. Somebody actually care about us, like actually just she won't find a way like me. Like I can get another woman. I don't think she get another man because no man. I don't think no man will want a woman with multiple kids. But man, women with multiple kids, money. I see women. You are mostly out of luck with finding love because most guys don't want to deal with women with multiple kids. That's just how it is. A woman with like one kid is okay because you at least have a chance to be with somebody that you can eventually have a kid with. Be with somebody that can raise you and your one kid. You know. There's a chance when there's a chance women. Like my friend. I think she gets somebody because she's beautiful. She take care of herself. She's feminine. Of course, I feel she could get she could get a man. I think she could get a man someday. See if I tell her like I'm done with you, I don't want to deal with you, because I don't want to be with you. I don't want to. I block her everywhere. If I have the art to do it, to block her on social media, block her on my phone. I could just choose to do it and just not deal with her anymore. She should. I believe she should find somebody eventually because she goes to bars. So she'll find somebody at the bar, somebody to talk to her. She's a beautiful woman. I think she'll find somebody eventually, but I'm thinking of doing that, but I don't know. I think I'll just stay with our friends. Just tell her no. Just I tell her no. Like, I have my own bills. I don't have the money. All that money I had. Um, I had my family out here proud. And I was just spending money. Yeah, I bought myself an iPhone, which I really didn't need. I didn't need an iPhone, but I bought myself an iPhone. So I bought myself a phone. I bought my friend the woman that I did with. I bought a ring, but I got money back, which is a good thing. But it's hard for me to save money. I'm trying to save money as much as I can, but if you have no job, I have to spend money. I have spent money. I spent money on groceries, which is a good thing. But money on groceries because then I could have a few days to eat my own food. Just eat instead of eating out all the time. I'm trying not to eat out all the time, so that's what I try to have to do is eat out all the time. So I just eat what's in the house and just eat healthy foods. And if I do eat out, I'll probably get a salad from the one place, the food truck that's down the street from my place. I'll probably get chicken salad from there. I want to get something fattening like chicken. Chicken. They have it. I won't get nothing. Bees. I wouldn't get nothing. Like for a while, I won't. If I have to eat out again, I'll probably eat out again. But I got noodles. I got plenty of food to eat for a couple of days or a couple of weeks or a couple of months till I when they buy out food out again. I might buy some pizza. I like to eat some pizza, so I definitely like to eat pizza. So, but I try to stay in shape. I try not to eat so much fattening food. So you eat much healthier. You eat more apples. Eat more oranges. More salads. That's why I eat too much salad. So fellas, stay in shape. Stay in good shape. Me, I'm 30. I'm 35. So I'm not 36. So I gotta stay healthy. Gotta work out. Yeah, keep myself healthy. And in a positive mood, like how my friend D, she says she stay positive, so I keep positive, so keep as positive as possible. So I believe I'll find a job eventually. I'm not like stressing myself like how I'm stressed out about the future of the family and everything, but no, I'm not stressed out really. Well, man, it's possible that I could lose my exercise just because I did send them my check stubs. So it's possible they probably cut it down, cut my exercise down, or just they probably cut my exercise down. That's what they probably do. Because I sent them my check stub because I don't want them to be on my back about that check stub. So I send them my check stubs and then I'll send them more check stubs and I get uh, more of my check stubs of my from my job and they'll see a severance pay. And they see tell I lost my job, so hopefully I'll be able to get the hopefully they'll pay the whole thing. They get like thousand, not thousand, but like maybe 1,000 or whatever, how much, 1,600 or whatever to pay my bills and have money left over too. That would help. I'll probably be on SNI. I could be on SNI for a while until like as you get a job. I kind of just still want to work full time. I kind of want to work full time just because the benefits of full time. Still, you don't get as many benefits when you're part time. You can get time off. You can. It's just so much like that sucks about part time. It's pros and cons of part time. So I would say the pros and cons of working part time. I almost got I think I almost got the job at going back at the casino for a third time, but I should have just told him that I actually gave him my 2 weeks notice. That would probably would got that job back. As I would say, but I probably would got that job back. I would have been working at the casino. I wouldn't have to be looking for a job. You know, because while I was working at the car wash, I would apply at a casino and I would have got that cleaning job back. Um, Maybe my dad could work at the casino if they hire him and they hire again. He could work at the casino. He could do that. Well, I probably can't work because probably maybe I could, but I probably had to find something different instead of a cleaning job. I probably would find something different though. Um, so yeah, let's react to more videos. And then I'll be doing Bible quotes and then an open panel. Yeah. So
Hey, y'all. I pray that all is well with y'all this morning, but I wanted to talk to y'all about something that's happening, and it's happening in New York. It's happening all over the place, with the situation that's going on in Europe. It got me to thinking about some things. What in the world are we going to do if we end up with no power? If our electric happens to get shut off, just like they shut the power off in New York, if they shut the power off in different places, have you thought about what you would do if your power was shut off? If your power was shut off for so many hours? Y'all type it down in the comments. Let's get a conversation started about what we need to do, what we should be doing. How should we be preparing ourselves for that? We've talked about preparing ourselves, prepping for food and things of that nature. It seems like no matter what you do, as everybody has explained that they're prepping for food, unless you have prepped food that actually does not need to be refrigerated, or you are prep food that actually has a long shelf life that you don't have to, refrigerate it even after you open it, just enough for you to eat it before it gets to that point. And what temperature can it be stored in even at that point? I mean, because you don't want boiling cans sitting on your shelves and all of a sudden the temperature is over 100 degrees and your power gets shut off. Will those cans be any good? How long would them cans last if they're heating under that type of a temperature? I mean, there's so much that I've been just sitting here thinking about because I see so much happening around the world and around the globe. And this is the hottest summer that I remember being in my whole entire life. We as people, we know to pray, we know to go to God, and we know to thank him in the midst for no matter what we got going on. But in the same respect, there was a time that we need to come together and try to educate ourselves and try to figure out what it is that we need to do to in-house for us to be safe and for us to prepare ourselves for what might to come. Now, and I got to thinking about all these folks that were talking about run out and buy electric vehicles. If the electric is cut off and they shut down the grid and they shut down our power, how are we going to power up any of the electric things that we quickly run right out there and buy? This is what I'm thinking about, because I was thinking about buying electric bike, electric something to get around for electric vehicle. But I'm thinking if they're targeting the electric, they know if they're targeting the electric, that means the water is shut off because the water going to be brown because of all these data centers that's going up, or because of all the pipes running at the same time all over the place. So it's turning your water rusty. So how are you planning on fending for yourself in the midst of this before it happens? So many people have waited and don't see where this thing is even important to talk about. But I feel it's important to talk about because you can turn the TV on, turn the news on, you can watch YouTube, TikTok, and you see it actually happening. It's happening right now in real time, in real life, in so many other places. Georgia, they had a situation where the water had turned completely brown. They were putting it in jars, showing it to their local governors and things of that nature. But there's nothing that these people care about when the situation is. They already know what it is. They already know what's happening. They know why it's brown. They already know what they're doing. We just gotta act like, I mean, they can act like they can play crazy towards you, but you got to be wise enough to see this is something that's been planned by design and it's happening, and we look like we got to go through it. So instead of us complaining about what they not doing and this, that, and other thing, we still have to prepare ourselves, y'all. We could sit here and go all day long. Marietta, why you ain't talking to the governor? Why you ain't talking to the state? Why you ain't talking to this one? Why you ain't talking to that one? I've been talking to God. I've been talking to God, and God said for us, he spoke back to me and he said, it's time to plan. It's time to prepare. He is with us, y'all, but there are some things that we have to do. He is going to bless the works of our hand, but we have to be in a position where we understand that when we go through stuff, that we still have to be able to operate in the midst. You're not going to have everything handed down to you. Everything is not going to be handed down to you. And you can argue with people until you turn blue in the face. But if they made up their mind to do what they got to do and things are going to go this way and things are going to happen this way, there's really nothing you can do. You don't have the money nor the resources to fight with these people, or you end up locked up, thrown in jail for the world's sake. No, we'll do that for God's sake, but we're not going to do that for the world's sake. So therefore, it's not no need nobody getting on my line. Marietta, why don't you do this? Marietta, why don't you do that? Why don't you go do it? You go do that while I continue to pray and talk to the people and try to make sure that we're in right standard and we're in connection and we're trying to figure out what we can do right now at this present time to be able to help ourselves in the midst. We have looked at this situation so much, and it's online right now, where New York had lost their power. Kids outside in the water sprinklers, which thank God they turned the water sprinklers on, the fire hydrants on, so that they can enjoy staying cool as possibly they can. Businesses are losing their inventory. Ice cream is melting. Food is going bad. Dairy is spoiling. Everything is spoiling. Now, if that happens in a regular store where they're losing their inventory and everything is spoiling, what are you going to do to stop your food in your refrigerator from spoiling? What are you going to do to be able to stop your water from being brown? Or what are you going to do to be able to go out and get water to filter that water? How much water do you plan to be able to carry at one time? Water is heavy. Water is heavy. I can't lift those big old heavy things of water. So therefore, it's like saying you got to invest in some things, something to be able to filtrate some water so that you will be able to have water to drink. Because without water, you're surely gonna leave here. Without food, you're surely gonna be leaving here. Now, this is for informational purposes only. And allegedly, all this thing is coming our way. And I'm saying these words like this because I don't want nobody to get on this line and say, oh, she's telling us what to do. Oh, she fear mongering. Oh, no, I need to start a conversation because I want to know. If you don't want to know and this conversation is not for you, then please eat what you can eat and go on and move around. But right now, I'm seeing so much that is happening right now in the spirit realm that is coming our way. And if we make it to the other side of this thing, we will be okay. But right now, what's coming our way, we're going to have to go through it. Survival is the answer. Survival is the key. Survival is the mission. Survival is what it should be on the forefront of your mind right now, is how you're going to survive through these last and evil days, through these rough trials that we're going through. Like I told y'all before, we're in the middle of a real game of Survivor right now. You probably have seen the game Survivor played on television, and you probably thought it was just a game. You probably never thought that game would become you. You probably never thought that you'd have to be a participant in the real life game of Survivor, where you might have to eat a couple of earthworms to get some protein. You might have to eat a couple of crickets to get some protein. You may be the one that have to eat a couple of beans. You just got to know what to eat. You may have to eat leaves from the woods to survive, but you got to know what leaves are edible. There are some things that we have to do, some things that, and I really believe that right now, as I'm seeing the power go out and the power outages that are hitting certain parts of the world, certain parts of getting too close to home, especially when they're right there in New York. That's getting too close to home. That's too close to home for me. Told you I was born and raised in Dover, Delaware. I don't want to see my loved ones back there and the power go out and they're fending for themselves, struggling for themselves. They may not have no power. They may not have and their food spoils. Why? Because everybody's sitting there waiting, thinking it's not going to happen to you. The very first time you think it may not happen to your area, that's when tragedy might strike your area. And you might wake up in the middle of the night, or you might wake up in the morning and all of a sudden, swoop, the lights done going out. Power done going out. What do you begin doing at that time? Think about that. Hold on a minute. I just had to think about that for a minute. If right now, while I'm sitting here, the power goes completely out, what would I do? What would I do? Been holding off trying to buy certain things. Now I'm realizing preparation is everything. A lot of people's ideal of what they would do is they would go crank up a generator and plug it into what? Plug it into what? Unless you have a solar generator, which I don't have. I don't have either one of those. I don't have no solar generator at all. I only have one little power bank that only covers 1600 watts. How long is that going to power a refrigerator? Ice is not going to last long. Your house is going to be hot. It's going to be hot outdoors. So you're not going to be able to cool, not even yourself. Is this how it ends? Is this how the story going to end? Or is this a message for us to think about how we're going to fight for us? How are we going to begin to fight for us? How are we going to be able to fight for our family? How are we going to be able to keep ourselves safe? I know we don't want to think about these things, but it's happening. If you look around, it's happening. And who are you to think that you're exempt? Who are you to think that you're so good that you don't have to go through it? Who are you to think that's never going to happen over here? That's never going to happen here. A lot of things that happen in America today, you never thought were ever going to happen. But yet they're happening and people's eyes are open. You cannot be left ignorant to Satan's devices at this point unless you just want to be left ignorant. Unless you just want to be left ignorant. But it's time to invest in some things and get them up and running right now. I have a son who is disabled in this house. I got me in this house. I don't like to be hot and sweaty either. You can't plug a fan into a socket that don't work when the power goes down. How long it's going to be down, you don't know. But yet still, everything you're watching, everything you've prepped, everything you stock your cabinets, your refrigerator, everything you stocked up going bad. Why? Because it's all boiling in the can. It's all cooking in the can. Don't them cans still have to be kept at a certain temperature? All them cans of food that you've prepped? Everything that you put together, don't it have to be kept at a certain temperature? I mean, y'all type in the comments. I'm asking questions. I'm just asking questions. This is just a conversation because I want to know who's thinking about what and what are y'all thinking about and what your plan is. Maybe we could share with each other because I'm going to come back and do another video later on after I done put together some things of how I plan to cool this one room. Just one room. How I plan to cool at least one room. After the grid goes down. But I got to work on it fast. I can see that because it's happening. And it's happening all around us. It's happening all around us. So it's time to stop playing. It's time. It's serious. It's serious right now because this heat is not playing. It is so hot outside, you can't even step your feet outside. I could go outside right now and put a frying pan on my deck out there and let it set for probably about a good 30, 40 minutes, drop an egg in it, and I probably could cook it, just like they're doing over there in Europe. That's how hot it is outside right now. That deck is so hot you can't walk on it barefooted.
It's hot outside.
And I got to thinking about that. How hot it's going to be. And then I was watching a video earlier where even over there in New York, where people thought that they were going to duck inside the train station, and they thought they was going to go inside the train station and stay cool. But they get in there, there's a mob of people in there, and there ain't no air in there either. Now you're in the midst of a lot of people breathing. No, maybe you see one or two walk through with a mask on, but you got 1,000 people in the same spot. Nobody got a mask on, so that means a lot of breathing, a lot of traffic, a lot of travel, people trying to make it back home, people just out there moving around, but yet all the electric is down. You got to walk so many blocks in the heat to get to wherever you're going to get to try to even move around, but that's a lot as it is because you have no strength because the heat outside is so hot that it's sucking the air right out of your body as you go outside. I went outside to water my plants on the deck out there. I was out there a good 3 minutes, and I had to hurry up. I had to hurry up because I could feel this tension of the heat just hitting hard. So just imagine being stuck out there in that with no water, no food, no strength, nothing to cover your head. And then I see so many people don't even understand that keeping a simple umbrella, it will keep that direct sunlight from being right on top of your head. They're walking children around out there in that deadly heat. Children do get heat strokes as well. Children get dehydrated even faster. Why? Because it's hard to keep them hydrated inside the house to get them to drink. So you got to constantly keep that child hydrated. And then and get an umbrella, something to put on their heads, cover their heads. Put them on some long sleeve white shirts if need be. Find something with some long sleeves to cover their skin. That heat rays, that sun rays, if you ain't got no sunblock, cover them kids with something. Oh, I know I'm talking right. It's tight, but it's right. Because right now, we're seeing record temperatures, and it's a lot of people losing their lives in this heat. And I remember when they said the electric companies couldn't cut your electric off in the midst of the heat if the temperatures got so high. But certain places, electric is being cut off. How are the people with electric cars coming out of New York or going through New York or just live there in New York or different places? How are they charging these cars? How are you going to charge your car after the lights go out and the electric go out? Now you stuck with no transportation. I think about these things. Now this is just allegedly a regular conversation because it's happening. And the reason why I'm saying allegedly is because of the fact that what if it happened to us? What if it happened to you? You got to be ready for these things. It's not saying, well, no, let's just keep on living our life. Like, ain't nothing like that going to happen. There's a lot of things that have been happening right now that we never thought we would see in our lifetime. But they're happening. All these flash floods, all these hurricanes, all these things that are going on. And it's getting more stranger than usual. They just popping up anywhere and everywhere right now. So we got to be prepared because nothing you can do for national disasters but pray. But yet and still, when you see that the governors or the people that's running the country or the people that's doing things or, you know, people that's running your city or your town or whatever, and they're giving mandates that the electric needs to be cut off, or you telling you got to keep your thermostat at 78 degrees so that they can do what they need to do because you're burning too much electric. I mean, I've heard a lot of this stuff online, y'all, and it just hearing it makes me sick to my stomach because if you're paying your electric bill, you should be able to keep your thermostat where you want it. But the problem is you're burning too much electric and you can't be running no water. Water mandates have been going on for years. Certain time of the day, you can't run no water. Why? Because they need all that water coming to a certain place and they don't want you using up all the pressure because they're going to use up all the pressure. And now because of everybody's water being down, now your water may come out of your tank completely brown, dirty, filthy.
Yep.
So what are you going to drink for the next 4 or 5 days? What if it's down for 5 or 6 days? Have you thought about it? Have you looked around your house and see exactly if you have enough liquid? They tell me that you need at least a gallon of water per day for everyone in your house. That's what I'm hearing. Now, I know I don't actually drink a whole gallon every day, but some days I do. It depends on how active I am and how much I'm outside, how much I'm moving around. But when I'm in the house like I am now, chilling in the air condition, my body's staying cool, I can get a glass of water and just sip on it, and I can drink maybe like 3 of those for the day, but it won't add up to no whole gallon because I did that before. I took a whole gallon and sat there and sipped on it, and I never made it. I made it maybe like a third of the way, and that's it, sometimes only halfway. But yet and still, have you thought about, do you have that much water stored up that you can last for at least a month, for a gallon, at least a gallon, and are you ready to ration out that water? And then you got to think about the fact that you also got to bathe with that water. You also got to brush your teeth. You also got to cook. You also got to clean up. You also got to be able to wash your clothes and things of that nature. The regular things you do on a daily basis, flush a toilet. You know, that's why I say even with the empty bottles that you buy right now, you go into the store and you buying a gallon of milk and you buying a gallon of juice or whatever. You might be buying the blue water bottles or whatever, 5-gallon bottles. Start filling them up. Fill them right on up. Set them in the shed somewhere. Set them in a closet somewhere. Because you may not know if that water pop out, at least you got some water sitting around somewhere to flush the toilet, wash your dish, clean up or whatever, and then have your water for drinking in another situation. But that type of water, when you just collect the water and setting it off in the side out in your shed or whatever, at least you got water where you can flush a toilet, where you can take a bath or you can do things of that nature. I mean, that's all I know to do at this point is I've been collecting water like that. If I empty a jug, I just fill it up with water and set it aside. Empty a jug, fill it back up with water, set it aside. Because I know that's tap water. Now, I ain't putting no spoonful of bleach in it. I ain't putting nothing in it. I'm just collecting the water. Now, if I should be doing anything else with the water I'm collecting, y'all type that down in the comments. All y'all that's out there that's collecting your water, if you think that I need to be doing more with the water than just running it in like I bought a gallon jugs of water, and when I empty one, I just fill it right on up. And then I bought a couple other things that I want to show y'all in a later video that I bought to actually help with the water. But the water that I'm just collecting from my tap to put in the closet, do I need to be putting anything in that water to just hold it? Because that's going to be the water that I really don't know if I can drink that water after so long period of time. Type that in the comments if you know. These are things we got to do our homework about. Oh, and I will be doing my research on these things. Right now, I'm just giving y'all some questions, something to think about, something to put on y'all plate. Because when I do another video about this situation, I'm going to know everything I need to know because I'm studying it right now, trying to get some understanding of what I need right now, trying to get some understanding of what I need to buy right now so that I will be basically somewhat prepared for whatever is to come. At least even if I don't know how to use it, the things that I buy, I want to know exactly what I'm buying. Especially when it comes down to buying solar. I haven't really bought a lot of solar because of the fact that I'm not educated on how to use solar yet. And at my age, 66 years old, I don't want to be out there barbecuing myself, electrocuting myself, hurting myself out there, knowing that I don't know what to do with that type of stuff. Praying that God will send the man of God soon, send somebody to these yards so that I can get the help that I need to be able to be taught the proper way that I will be safe and my son will be safe. See, I'm not very comfortable with messing with stuff like that because of the electric current that goes through that type of stuff. So if you don't know, leave it alone and get yourself some help and learn how to use those things. There is a gentleman online that does classes who is teaching. Shout out to Lead Farmer 73. Shout out to him. Lead Farmer is out there. Him and his wife are doing a great job. They have a YouTube channel as well. So y'all look him up, Lead Farmer 73. And you will learn how to use those solar panels. You can watch a lot of his videos, and he does have classes set up for that. And that way you can know exactly what you need to buy. So right now, because of finances, I'm not prepared right now or in a position to buy what I need to buy. So I haven't contacted them as of yet. But when the time comes, if I need to, I will definitely contact him and his wife and find out exactly what the classes are and how much they cost to join so that me and my son could be safe as well. So with that being said, y'all just do what y'all need to do and do what y'all can do to keep yourself safe out there. And I just thank God for how God is moving and showing us things, because I was just sitting here minding my own business, just thinking and thinking about that. And then when I got to thinking about what would I do? What would I do right this minute? After the lights go out, I would lose all my food. And what I don't want to lose is me. I don't want to lose my son. And it's hot. It's hot. So I got to be prepared to somehow keep him cool and keep me cool. And when you're working with a disabled child, you don't get a chance to get out much. You don't get a chance to see that many people. But in the same respect, I do know that when it's time and I can afford to get the thing, and it's going to be soon where I can afford to get the things that I need, then I'm going to reach out for help. Before I spend my money, I'm going to know, I'm going to have to figure out what it is I need, how to figure out my wattage and everything I need to get some solar, maybe buy some solar panels or something to be able to at least run refrigerators and a fan at least, or air conditioner, a small air conditioner to keep us cool. And even if we got to go into one room, you know what I'm saying? Even if I got to move into one room in this house to keep me and my son alive, that's what we'll have to do. But we're working hard and we're doing what we got to do to try to stay safe. And I want y'all to do the same. So I love y'all so much. Y'all type what y'all know about this situation in the comments. Let's respectfully bounce ideas off of each other. Because remember, before I close, remember when the winter time was here and my heater went out and I had to figure out how to heat my house. I've been really thinking about this a little bit even then, because thanks to you guys, y'all told me to go buy the Mr. Buddy heaters and things of that nature. And I was taught then how to hook up propane gas and how to shut the propane gas off and I worked very well with that. And until for 2 weeks, I had the experience of using the Mr. Buddy heaters and being able to hook up the gas lines and everything. And I did a wonderful job. I can pat myself on the back that I did a wonderful job. And I even shut those tanks off, and I was able to keep those tanks, the ones that still got gas in them, I just shut them tanks off, and I was able to set them aside in the air condition of the shed I got this cooling. I ain't got them in no hot place where they're going to be overheated. I got them in the air condition, and I shut the valves off real good. And yeah, so if y'all know exactly what we need to be doing, let's bring it to the forefront and let's help somebody. I love y'all so much. Be blessed.
That was a good video. I love her videos. I get notifications on her videos. I think I'll tell y'all her name, but y'all should subscribe to her. She's a good YouTuber. Her name is Maretta Coleman. I I think that's her name, Marella Coleman. Marella Coleman. So she's a pretty good YouTuber. I like her videos. I'll comment that would be a tough situation to be in if no electricity. If no electricity, I got it. If no electricity. With no electricity. With no electricity. Not sure what would I do in that situation. That would be a tough situation to be in with no electricity. Not sure what I would do in that situation. Oh, she did that 4 hours ago. She make a video daily though. She's very active. I guess I watched this video. I'll just start over and watch it. It's another video. It's about us. It's about what's his name? Jimmy Stewart. So let's watch this video. I was just watching it. So let me start over.
Imagine you're at the absolute peak of your career.
I'll play music. Oh, I'll just deal with it. I'll deal with the copyright interest.
You've just won Hollywood's biggest award and the whole world knows your name. The studios are throwing scripts at you. You are, by every measure, a success. And then you walk away from all of it. Not for a better offer, not for more money, but to go to war.
Thank you very much, sir.
And that is exactly what the actor Jimmy Stewart did during World War II.
We have seen the American motion picture become foremost in all the world.
In today's episode of World War II Wayfinder, I'm going to take a look at the trailer for the new 2026 movie, Jimmy, the biopic all about Jimmy Stewart. and specifically his time during World War II when he was a B-24 pilot in the United States Army Air Force.
Gee, looks like I'm back in the movies again, doesn't it?
Now, before I break down the trailer and we look at some of the finer details of it, I just want to give you a little bit of a context of Jimmy Stewart's life and how he came to be in that pilot seat in a B-24 in the skies above Europe in World War II.
I've only been in the service a year, but I've learned a lot about what the Air Forces have to offer.
James Maitland Stewart was born on May 20th, 1908 in Indiana, Pennsylvania, and it was that small town that would have a big impact on his life and personality growing up. Stewart would attend and graduate from Princeton University with a degree in architecture in 1932. And in the midst of the Great Depression and concerned about the availability of work, he accepted an offer from a friend to be in the cast of a new Broadway show with the Falmouth Players. From there, he would be given small roles in other shows until eventually he would be given leading roles, at which point Hollywood came knocking. Signed by MGM in 1935, he would go on to make 21 movies during the 1930s, working alongside some of the Hollywood greats such as Clark Gable, Marlene Dietrich, and Ginger Rogers. Cast in a variety of different roles in different genres, Hollywood director Frank Capra would cast him in You Can't Take It With You in 1938, which would win the Academy Award for Best Picture. His first Academy nomination for Best Actor would be in Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, which he would win the New York Critics Award, but not the Oscar. It was the Philadelphia Story alongside Cary Grant that would see Stewart win the Academy Award for Best Actor. It was at this point that his career would take a very unexpected turn. He would look to enlist in the United States military. Now, Jimmy Stewart's family had a proud tradition of serving in the military. Both his grandfathers fought during the American Civil War, and his father, Alexander Stewart, would serve the United States Army during the First World War. Now, in October 1940, Stewart was actually drafted by the United States Army, but he was found to be 5 pounds underweight during the medical checks prior to actually putting on a uniform. Because of this, he was rejected from service, but then he turned to Hollywood trainer Don Loomis to help him gain weight. Trying again, and this time attempting to enlist in the Air Corps as Stewart was already an accomplished pilot with 400 hours to his name, he was initially rejected a second time, all for the same issue, but persuaded the enlistment officer to run new tests, which somehow he subsequently passed. As a result, Stewart was enlisted into the United States military on March the 22nd, 1941, one of the first major Hollywood stars to do so during World War II. Although in his early 30s in 1941, with his degree and with his flying hours, Stewart would apply for a commission and a pilot rating in the Air Corps. Despite being 6 years over the upper age limit for pilot training, Stewart was accepted, and he would gain his commission as a second lieutenant on the 19th of January, 1942. Although now a commissioned officer, with Stewart's status and age, it appeared as if he would be relegated to stateside instructor duties.
Now, this is your place. This is where you'll serve America best. Young men of America, your future's in the sky.
Promoted to captain in July 1943, Stewart appealed to his commanding officer at the time, Lieutenant Colonel Walter E. Arnold Jr. Lieutenant Colonel Arnold would speak with the commanding officer of the 445th Bombardment Group, a B-24 outfit that was about to commence its final stateside training package before deployment to England. And in August 1943, Stewart would be transferred to the 703rd Bombardment Squadron of the 445th Bombardment Group. The 445th would transfer to England in October 1943, including Captain Stewart. The airfield at Tibenham would become their new home, a far cry from Hollywood and the lifestyle that Jimmy had previously known. After a workup period in the skies above East Anglia, the 445th would fly their first combat mission in World War II to Kiel, Germany, in December 1943. So that's a little bit of context behind why Jimmy Stewart was in the pilot seat of a B-24 in the skies over Europe during World War II. Now, to look at the trailer itself, what we'll do, we'll go through a few of the scenes. I'll give you my interpretation of it, some of the historical aspects of it, especially with regard to Jimmy's time in the 8th Air Force. And at the end, I'll give you my verdict on what I think of the trailer and what I think it means for this new, predominantly World War II movie that's coming out.
You're part of a team. Now remember that.
So it opens up, there's parties going on. We can see that Stewart is rising to new heights of stardom, and he's being asked what it's like to be a Hollywood star. And he replied,
It's the best feeling in the world.
We then go on to a scene between Stewart and his father, Alexander. They're on the telephone.
Jim, I see in the paper you won some kind of award. That's good, right?
That's real good.
And this is a great interaction. It's one of the first scenes that we see Jimmy Stewart speaking with his father. His father would have quite an impact on Jimmy Stewart's life, one of those men that he really looked up to.
You're just not cut out for it. Make peace with the fact that you are what you are.
I just think it's interesting to see that relationship starting to develop on the screen. And what's really fascinating for me is his father, Alexander, is played by Neil McDonough. Neil McDonough played Buck Compton in Band of Brothers, so it's great to see him involved in another 1930s, 1940s period drama, especially with the heavy connection here to World War II as well. So from those scenes where we see Stewart as the Hollywood actor, he's then sat down with who I believe is Frank Capra. The reason I say who I believe, he's only on the screen for a very brief period of time, so it's quite hard to get a proper look at the actor's face. But if it is Frank Capra, Frank worked closely with Jimmy. They worked on a lot of movies together, both before and after World War II.
U-boats off of New Jersey. The war's coming to us, Jim, whether we like it or not.
It's a great scene because they're talking about those storm clouds of war building up over Europe, and that eventually it will spread to America. You know, he makes a comment of saying that U-boats have already been spotted off the coast of New Jersey. And that was the case. The Kriegsmarine and the U-boats did get all the way over to that eastern coast of America. So these are some nice little details. The only slightly confusing part of this scene that I found personally was the actor who I believe is portraying Frank Capra. And we certainly know that he comes up later on in the film. I just can't quite work out whether it's him in this scene. Is wearing a US Army officer's jacket complete with ribbons. He's got Signal Corps collar devices on, but it's also a 4-star rank on the epaulets. So there's 4 stars on each shoulder, which denotes he's a general. Very, very high rank. The next highest rank was a 5-star, and that's sort of the American equivalent of a field marshal for the British Army. So very high-ranking officer. Now, Frank Capra originally joined the United States military as a major, left as a colonel. So I can only hope in this scene that he's picked up somebody's jacket and put it on for the purposes of the scene, and that it isn't a historical oversight in terms of the director, because that's a pretty big jump in rank. And I know people say, well, it's just a movie. It is, but I hope that they've got that scene right and that it's just been put in there to emphasize the fact that America is looking at gearing up and going to war. It then cuts to Stewart picking up a letter, and this is his draft notice that he received from the US military in October 1940. And from here, we're going to see the studio director saying, hey, I can make that disappear with one click of my fingers. You know, you don't need to go away and do this. You don't need to go to war. But clearly, this is Stewart's hero arc. As he's going to move through the story, he's going to face some setbacks, and then eventually he's going to get to where he wants to be. We also see him in a scene with another great Hollywood actor, Rob Riggle.
Don't I have the right to serve my country just like anyone else does?
America can't afford to lose Jimmy Stewart.
He is a former US military veteran himself, turned actor, and here he plays the role of Colonel Terrell. He was the commanding officer of the 445th Bombardment Group, and we see him saying, you know, we can't afford to lose Jimmy Stewart. And clearly, at that time, they didn't really know in that early stage of the war how long it was going to go for, really how brutal it was going to be for America. But clearly, to lose a big Hollywood name to enemy fire would have a big impact on morale for those folks back home. You know, they needed those Hollywood stars for that purposes of essentially what we would really term now today propaganda, but for those morale boosting movies, for those morale boosting newsreel shorts at the start of going to see the main picture at the cinema. These actors were very important in conveying certain messages. So the desire to see Jimmy Stewart get into combat really wasn't there from what we could term the establishment, but he kept on persisting. And we start to see that as the trailer moves through.
Name, Stewart, Captain Stewart.
As the trailer progresses, we finally get to see Stewart predominantly in uniform in a variety of different scenes. And it's the first time that we see a B-24 Liberator on the screen. And personally, I think this is fantastic. As somebody who grew up watching Memphis Belle and the 8th Air Force narrative being dominated by B-17s, it's fantastic to see the B-24s that would make up the 2nd Air Division of the 8th Air Force. And that amazing aspect of the 8th Air Force, the Mighty 8th, and its history in the skies over Europe that is so often not covered in favor of the more glamorous B-17 Flying Fortress. Now, there's two sort of different points of view that I have on this. Clearly, it's going to be CGI. Okay, I get that. I think there's one B-24 left flying in the world, and you just can't put those historic aircraft through the filming paces. Plus, they cost a lot of money to operate, not only in terms of fuel, but also in terms of maintenance. So there is a real limiting factor now. It's not like the early 90s or the late 80s when there were more B-17s around and it was far cheaper to operate them. Plus, they didn't have CGI to rely on. So a lot of things had to be done for real in films like Memphis Belle. But with this, the CGI looks a little, I don't know. It doesn't necessarily look great, but at the same time, I'm going to stick my neck out and say that it doesn't look really any worse than a lot of what I saw on Masters of the Air. And if you've seen Masters of the Air, I think you'll maybe agree with me that there were some very good CGI scenes in that, and there were also some not so good CGI scenes when it came to the aircraft. So clearly, it's only a trailer. The jury's going to be out until it's actually released, and we get to see it for real on the big screen. But for now, that's just my initial impression. But for once, I think it is great to see the B-24 on the screen and to have that other aircraft that fought with the Mighty 8th brought to life for a wider audience. There's a great scene in the trailer where Stuart brings his men to attention. They're sat clearly in a Nissan hut or a Quonset hut.
I saw that in a movie. I'll be gosh darn, it really works.
And again, I think that sort of that nod to Stuart's humble nature, the fact that he was quite down to earth, ordinary man who had found himself in extraordinary circumstances, both professionally and with World War II. I think it's quite nice to see that in there. From there, it cuts to a scene again reminiscent very much of Memphis Belle. It's a hangar dance. It looks like it's probably Christmas 1943 going into 1944. So the group, the 445th, have flown their missions, and we're getting that sort of feel that he's going to have a bit of a love interest with the singer who's on the stage. Now, personally, from my point of view, I'm not too bothered about that, but I know that we have to sort of inject that into most Hollywood movies. The lead actor, there needs to be a love story there, or some kind of actor there to support them through their journey. So I'm happy with that personally. I think it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. And she's clearly there throughout a number of key scenes in the trailers. We then cut to the briefing scene. And this is a standard affair that would have occurred at every single United States Army Air Force airfield in World War II, be it bomber or fighter groups. They would have all got together in one of the big huts. They would have had the map board on the rear, and the route, the positions of the aircraft, their start engine time, their taxi time, their takeoff times, etc., would all be listed on chalkboards, and the crew would sit there attentively looking at the map, trying to figure out where the target was for that particular day. And we see that replicated here. So to determine how accurate the scene is in terms of the historical context, let's look at the date on the formation board that we can see off to Stuart's left-hand side. It says the 25th of Feb, and that's it. The target next to it says Augsburg. Augsburg is in southern Germany. It's in Bavaria. And from that, we know that it's either going to be 1944 or 1945. The group didn't arrive until late 1943, so it's going to narrow it down then to one of those 2 years. Now, in this scene, we can see on Stuart's collar where he's got his rank device, and that is the oak leaf of a major. We know that Stuart wasn't promoted to lieutenant colonel until June 1944. So that puts it into February the 25th, 1944. Now, what was occurring during that time? Well, from the 20th to the 25th of February 1944 was Big Week. This was the United States Army Air Force's attempt to destroy the Luftwaffe and German industry prior to the invasion of Europe going ahead. Now, as I mentioned on the board, the target was there shown as Augsburg. However, on this day, the 445th was assigned to strike the Bachmann von Blumenthal Flugzeugbau at Fürth on the western edge of Nuremberg, approximately 100 miles north of Augsburg. Their secondary target was Nuremberg itself, and the last resort target was any German military or industrial target that could be positively identified. However, 268 B-17s did target Augsburg that day. I'm never quite sure why Hollywood types pick these different ones, these different targets, these different unit names, whatever it may be, when there's enough historical information out there to pick the right place. And I really don't see the difference it makes between Augsburg, Fürth, Nuremberg. Pick the right one. The information's there. It's a town name. It still exists. So I don't understand the problem there. Maybe that will become apparent as we get to see the full movie itself. It's just one of those things that, yes, as a historian, as somebody who's clearly big into World War II, I never quite understand why Hollywood takes those details and just twists them slightly. I don't know. If you know, let me know in the comments. Again, I'd be really curious to better understand why that's done within the industry. So the next scene we cut to is a B-24 in formation, likely with Stuart. I think he's in the right-hand seat of the B-24, looking out at this other B-24, and it gets hit by flak.
Moving. This is my life.
And it looks like probably the wing's going to fold on it. Sadly, that was a common fault with B-24s due to how their wing was constructed. But that isn't the issue with the scene. The issue that bugs me, and this is one that I'm sure some of you in the comments who watch this bit will go, well, just relax. It's just a movie. What does it really matter? Okay, yeah, I get it. It's just a movie, but it's just as easy to get things right as it is to get things wrong. In fact, in this case, they probably had to work a little bit harder to get this wrong. The aircraft has got 3 clear markings on.
Moving. This is my life.
So in this scene, we can see that we've got a very early war marking. We've got the standard kind of mid-war marking through to the end of World War II that most people are probably very familiar with if you've been to an air show, if you've seen Memphis Belle, etc. And then we've got a post-World War II United States Air Force marking on the left-hand wing. This I just find really, really strange. How somebody looked at all of those designs because they've been CGI'd. So somebody would have had to have, I'm assuming, drawn them or taken them from somewhere and applied them to that 3D model that has then been placed onto the screen and put in that final shot. Somebody's had to look at that and make that conscious decision, looking at those 3 different insignia and saying that that's okay. Now, ironically, you can Google the markings that the aircraft wore, and all you need to do is type in a very simple Google search, like what were the markings on a World War II US aircraft? And it will come up and show you in the images. There's a great page called aircorpsnozart.com. And if you go on there, it has all of them, and it has the history of each one, the proper design numbers, you know, the Army numbers that were assigned to these designs. It's got all that information, and everybody's got the ability to find that information contained within their pocket, thanks to having a phone that's got Google on it. So that I do not understand how they got wrong. Now, that said, some of you will say, well, you're nitpicking on, okay, maybe I am. But as I said, it takes just as much effort to get it wrong as it does to get it right. And there's so many resources out there now to get it right. So it would be great to see that changed between the movie trailer and November. So Hollywood, if you're listening, please, for the sake of us World War II types out there, please do get that changed. It would just be a real big thank you from us if you do.
I heard about what happened.
Now, from that point, the trailer really goes through at a bit of a rapid pace. And I think it's starting to show how the war really did affect Stuart. And there's a great photo comparison you can put when he was a young lieutenant to a couple of years later. I think it's 2.5 years later when the second image was taken. And you can see how the stress of war has aged him and how it has probably started to break him down on the inside. Stuart flew at least 20 missions in World War II. There's many other accounts that say he flew many more. He didn't want to fight the war from behind a desk. Not that he was particularly gung-ho, but he just felt that was where his place was. So it'll be interesting to start to see how they depict that struggle with the trauma and the stress of combat, and then how that will lead to that post-traumatic stress disorder that I think it's widely understood that he suffered from, like probably 99% of other veterans who survived World War II, regardless of what role they served in.
You're learning about other things, too. Things that are going to pay off in big dividends. You're learning to be alert. You're learning how to handle men and how to do that job with a lot of pride. Yeah. You're learning about courage, too.
Now, one thing the trailer doesn't show, but I really hope it does, is the fact that in mid-1944, Stewart was transferred from the 445th to the 453rd Bombardment Group, another B-24 outfit just up the road from Tibenham, but flying out of Old Buckenham. Now, if you get the chance to visit Old Buckenham, you can still go there, and there is a wonderful museum dedicated to the men of the 453rd Bombardment Group there, and I highly recommend you checking it out, because it is just a fantastic place to visit, and it's at the very place where the 453rd flew from during World War II, so it's a great location to go and visit. Now, I don't know if they will show that. It might just be easier in terms of the audience perspective to understand that he flew with the 445th, and they just continue that sort of posting that position for Stewart all the way throughout the scenes where he's shown in military uniform. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. There's another interesting mission as well that I'm really hoping they depict on the screen, because it was really one of Stewart's finest moments. On January the 7th, 1944, Stewart and the 445th Group were on a mission to Ludwigshafen. As they departed the target area, the group that was ahead of them, the 389th, was approximately 30 degrees off course. Trying to call the lead aircraft and inform the captain of the error, but the officer in charge insisted that they were on course. Stewart recognized the error straight away and realized that if they remain on that heading, it would take both groups away from the protection of the main formation. It was at this moment that Stewart faced a very difficult decision. If he corrected his course and took his group back to the main formation, it would leave the 389th exposed and alone to face the might of the Luftwaffe. It was decided at this point that the 445th would fly with the 389th Bombardment Group, that they would stay together no matter what. Stewart understood that the two groups flying together had a far better chance of surviving the German fighters than just one group alone. As Stewart had feared, however, the German ground controllers noticed that the two groups had separated from the main bomber force and sent several squadrons of FW-190s to attack them. Around 30 miles south of Paris, there were approximately 60 Luftwaffe fighters came in for the attack. A savage battle in the skies near Paris would rage, and by the time that the German fighters departed, 7 liberators were shot down. None of which, though, belonged to Jimmy Stewart's group, the 445th. The trailer ends with Frank Capra and Stewart back together.
Say, ain't you Jimmy Stewart, the actor?
I used to be.
How'd you like to be him again?
And this is where we're introduced to It's a Wonderful Life, one of my personal all-time favorite films, not just because it's a great Christmas movie, but because of the message that it has behind it. And it was my first introduction personally to the work of Jimmy Stewart. And it's one that I will forever be grateful that he and Frank Capra made together.
But after a week or so of making It's a Wonderful Life with Frank, I knew it was going to be all right. Acting still meant a lot to me. I could have sworn I'd never been away. I got my confidence back again. And I have Frank Capra to thank for that.
It's such a fantastic movie if you've not seen it, because you maybe don't want to watch black and white movies. I really recommend you go and watch it. It's such a powerful message, especially for us men out there as well, because he's a family man and he's always trying to ensure he puts his family first before his own needs. And it's just a very powerful message, and one that Stewart's PTSD clearly played a role in some way. I'm sure in ways that we will never all personally understand, but I think he really did lean into that when looking at the role and looking at what was required of him to portray the role in It's a Wonderful Life. Right, so overall, my thoughts on Jimmy, the new 2026 trailer. I'll be honest, I'm really looking forward to it. I think overall it looks really good. I'm really pleased with what we're going to see on screen. I think it's great that the B-24 is going to be represented, and Jimmy Stewart just remains one of my favorite all-time Hollywood actors. I'm not really that bothered about modern celebrities, but Jimmy Stewart always seems to be a really nice guy, both on and off screen, plus combined with that history that he had with the 8th Air Force and World War II, it draws me to him even more. So I think it's going to be fantastic to see him on screen and have his story told to a younger, new audience. I'm really looking forward to it. I think this is one of those moments where I hope Hollywood has got it right. I think from the trailer, it appears that way. It certainly leaves me with an upbeat feeling. So I really look forward to it. I know it's coming out in November in the United States. As for the UK and Europe, I'm not quite sure yet of the release date, but I'm going to keep an eye on it because I, for one, will be going to see it at the cinema. I'm going to take my family, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it. As always, a huge thank you to my Patreon members and my YouTube members and those on Facebook as well who subscribe to me. Thank you so much for your continued support. I really appreciate it. I've got nothing else for you. I'll see you all in the next one.
That's kind of a movie that I'm looking forward to is Jimmy Stewart biopic. I'm kind of looking forward to that movie. If I could watch it, I'll watch it. I don't watch a lot of movies, but I've been watching a few movies this year lately. I've been looking forward. I was looking forward to Marvel. I watched Michael. I watched Supergirl, Superman. I've watched a few movies lately. Not a lot. I don't watch a lot of movies like all the time, but lately I watch pro wrestling. Man, but I'm gonna step away from a little bit, use the restroom, but I'll be back. I'm gonna put that banner out. I'll be back. Hey, yeah. That's a banner I could make. Be back. Be right back. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Jimmy Stewart biopic. So I already had to do a few videos. I did my life update. I'm probably going to have to more videos and try to do, I'll do my Bible quotes and then I'll do the upper panel where anybody can come in. I have a few things I want to talk to with Golson, which is I want to talk about the death of Louis Farrakhan's wife. What else I want to talk about with him? Probably I want to talk about the Lilo and Stitch actress that passed away. You probably gonna say it's blood sacrifice. He gonna say that probably most of the time. He'll say it's a blood sacrifice. He'll probably say both as a blood sacrifice. But I think Louis Farrakhan's wife passed away. I think it's just because old age, and she's older. She's an older woman. And Louis Farrakhan, older guy too. He's probably, I think he's in his 90s. So if he passed away, I probably think it's about. He thinking everything but sacrifice. That's what Dalton think. I feels, but I think sometimes it's either old age or just natural causes because they're older. I think Louis Farrakhan's wife was like around the same age as him, so long life. So I don't think it's like blood sacrifice. So everybody say it's blood sacrifice. I went 2 hours, so I went 2 hours. Yep. So I'll probably react to more videos.
Being a third generation guy, I got a ton of respect for the industry because I have lived through the ups and downs. In this business, the story behind the scenes is sometimes so much more entertaining than what you see on camera.
In Dark Side of the Ring, TNA was built out of desperation because you'd just been fired from WWE.
That was a storyline that has grown. The reality was I was paid through the end of October, and when that was over, TNA was built out of an opportunity.
Do you feel like you're misunderstood?
Being misunderstood started from day one, and it is what it is.
Do you have regrets about the way you booked yourself in TNA?
None. Our track record speaks for itself.
The six-sided ring was incredible. Where did that idea come from?
Antonio Pena brought me down to Mexico, and there sat the six-sided ring. I immediately knew I'm taking this back home.
Fans were so upset when the six-sided ring went away.
This is the beginning of Hogan and Dixie destroying the brand.
So what years of TNA do you take credit for?
2002 until September of 2009.
And those are the best years.
The TNA original against the Main Event Mafia. What if that would have kept going?
You're still doing this. How much longer do you want to wrestle?
I have no idea.
I love asking this question. There's no better person to ask than you.
Uh-oh.
Who's on your TNA Mount Rushmore?
I knew you were going to come up with this. Okay.
Jeff Jarrett, great to see you.
How about it, my man?
We're doing it.
As I was making my way over here to our studio here, I brought back memories. I don't remember what year that was, but it was Baltimore at a convention, and we ended up right beside each other.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember that.
Of course I remember that.
Yes.
That was probably 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah.
MCW, I think.
Yes. And I was like, this guy's good. Yeah, I've respected your work, no BS. But I was thinking that's probably the first time we really officially or formally met. So
yeah,
congrats to all your success.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind coming from you.
No, but all kidding aside, it's a dog eat dog world, and it's a grind. And I'm sure you are well aware of the wrestling industry that it's not easy.
Yeah.
You know, personalities all over the place. So, kid, you've done well for yourself.
Well, thank you. And I'm glad we finally got to sit down in person for this.
How about that?
And do it. This Dark Side of the Ring, season 7 is coming out on July 7th. There's 3 episodes about you and TNA and everything around that. And it's crazy because I feel like they're just scratching the surface too.
What's bizarre is, and you know, Evan Husney, I have been a fan of the show, but I wasn't out of the gate because, look, being a third generation guy, it was, you know, it has told stories that don't reflect maybe the best light on the industry. But as you kind of dig in season after season, I remember Dutch Mantell enlightened me. And then, of course, the Owen episode and just different episodes. And I've done a few in that it's done in a in-depth, very respectful way. And so it's, when they approached me, Chris, it was like, oh, wow, I'm being approached about a Dark Side of the Ring. And I've watched plenty of episodes, and a lot of folks candidly don't get the opportunity to maybe talk about the light side. There's a dark side, but my story, as it sits today, it went through some dark components, but man, coming out of it, I'm very grateful. So when they approached me, I thought it was really interesting, and we're going to do, just assume one episode, and we got into, hey, we may end up doing 2 episodes, and then, hey, we may end up doing 3 episodes. And, I first thought it was on me. And then when you hear, I'll call it the other part of the story, the backstory, or whatever it may be that kind of came to light, is that, Evan had planned to kind of do a TNA story, and then maybe a Jeff story. And then as they got into it, the network was like, hey, man, this is the story.
Well, you can't tell the story of TNA without telling the story of Jeff Jarrett. And they even say it in Dark Side of the Ring, TNA was built out of desperation. Because at that point in time, you'd just been fired from WWE. There was nowhere else for you to go at this point.
Well, it's funny how even, we were talking before the cameras rolling about being misunderstood. Being fired, and I've been let go, fired numerous times, but the reality was Vince did quote unquote fire me on TV, but I was still going to have a contract for the next 7 or 8, 9 months. So that was a storyline that has grown, that Jeff got fired and started TNA. The reality was I was paid through the end of October. And when that was over, I kind of sat back and said, okay, I never made a call to say, hey man, JR, Vince, you got a job for me? You just kind of look back and know your place in the industry and go, you have no leverage, none. It was a man. It certainly wasn't a wrestler's market. Vince, without a number 2, there is no number 1. It was Vince owning the entire game, and so that is really the thought process that went through my mind, is that, man, there's a real opportunity here. And so it's just one of those things that, TNA, just the narrative that is out there, as you say, it built out of desperation. I believe it was built out of an opportunity.
Do you feel like you're misunderstood?
One of the things in sobriety that you really have to drill down on is that I can't control how other people perceive me, whether they understand me or not. But I will say this, my podcast partner, Conrad Thompson, who obviously I've done a podcast every week for 5 years. He said when he first approached me, he said, Jeff, you are the most misunderstood wrestling personality, I believe, in the history of the business. That kind of hit me like, that's interesting. That, I see that, for better or worse, I see the wrestling business, or I see life through Jeff's eyes, obviously. But the misunderstood part kind of struck me in that I can see where Conrad or you or others would say that, and it started before I went national, and I say going to the WWF, in the territory days. There's some folks that knew back then, he's the promoter's kid. He's got everything easy. If you talk to the ones that were really around, they would tell you different. And me and my father's relationship paid for that. And he went out of his way. As I sit here today, I'm very grateful, but he made it a point to make it harder on me than any of the other boys. And I know now why. It was based off of the promoter he worked for, Nick Goulas. Nick Goulas had a son named George, and Nick gave his son George any and everything he wanted, and kind of saw how that wasn't good for George, and certainly wasn't good for the promotion. So that's, part of me being misunderstood started kind of from day one. And so it's a part of my makeup that I just know you got to roll with it, and it is what it is.
Is it also the balance in TNA of being the owner of the company and also being the top guy? Do you give yourself the championship? If so, how many times, right? That's a balance.
Yeah, man. And that is something that, internally, even Dixie, weighed in as we got going along, in that I would always stop folks when it really got into a discussion. Dutch Mantell, Vince Russo, Jeremy Borash, Scott D'Amore, folks that were in the room, they were well aware. But when I had to really have that conversation, when I knew that it probably needed to be said, I would look at somebody and say, do you really think the Jeff Jarrett that has the most money at risk is going to make a decision based on ego rather than dollars and cents? My money's at stake. I'm the single largest shareholder of the promotion. I have a fiduciary responsibility to my investors. It was such the nonsense and the thought process that he's making himself champion for glory is laughable, especially me being a third generation guy and being around the business since a little kid. And it was always so laughable. But again, it was something I couldn't control. So it was what it was.
Do you feel like you have regrets about the way you booked yourself in TNA?
None. My track record, I'll say this, our track record speaks for itself. We went from a Wednesday night pay-per-view only to Fox Sports Net to 1 hour on a Saturday night off prime on Spike TV to a 1 hour on Thursday nights off prime to a 1 hour of prime time to a 2 hour of prime time under my leadership. So during that build and knowing, and this is what Conrad always gets fascinated about, like the numbers and the budgets that we worked under. We worked under shoestring budgets. And so, whether it's a Conrad Thompson or a Jim Cornette or Dutch or others that were, in the middle of it, they understood that the only person that I can guarantee will not walk out and go to the WWE is myself. And I'm also, my philosophy in booking is the babyface chase. I think you have to look at the landscape, and WWE has always had, for the most part, that babyface champion, a touring champion that's a babyface. I didn't necessarily think that it fit our model. We had 4 distinct divisions, and I wanted a heel champion where the baby faces were chasing, namely an AJ Styles, as we were developing talent.
I'm a huge TNA fan. The first show I ever sat front row at was a TNA show in Oshawa, Ontario, Canada.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
The Canadian Loop.
That's right. Yes.
Wow.
I loved the X Division, and I love the fact now that you can see the fingerprints of the X Division on modern wrestling. Do you realize how much the X Division just changed the course of wrestling?
I probably wouldn't realize how influential the X Division is in today's modern wrestling had I not done interviews and podcasts. And I'll say this, a conversation I had with Will Ospreay. Will Ospreay, back of Greensboro Coliseum, Sting's final match, and we're just kind of catching up. But he watched Joe, AJ, and Daniels.
Unbreakable 2005.
My man, Unbreakable 2005. And him and his mates, as he said, he looked at me and he said, Jeff, he said, I watched it and says, not only do I want to do that, I can do that and I can do it better than them. Well, look at the results.
Unbelievable.
Yes. But this is when, and again, talk about being misunderstood. The entire X Division concept and creation was, I knew starting the company that there is a lot of unbelievable talent on the independent scene. The independents in 2002 compared to the independents in 2026, radically different.
Yeah.
But they were a lot of talent out there, AJ Styles among others. But there was a lot of guys out there. And I knew that they didn't have TV experience. And I'm not going to say they didn't have experience in telling stories and angles. There was never a platform. So they knew in independent wrestling, go out and put on the absolute best match you can. It's what they had been trained to do. So I wanted to give them a real platform. And I knew that Lucha Libre was beginning to really, based off the 90s, influence American wrestling. Obviously, I knew the strong style was beginning to influence the European mat style, and it's kind of a melting pot. And I can remember literally, Chris, about a half a mile from here. I had a conversation with my father specifically about the exhibition, and he was very negative on it. Son, they don't know how to tell stories, and there's no money in this. And I'm like, Dad, yes, there is. This style is where the industry's headed. It's just that simple. And so as it's progressed along, and now that I look back on it, the X Division style of wrestling now is the main event style of wrestling.
Who do you credit for Ultimate X?
The creative room. There was a number of us in the room, and I don't want to sound completely self-serving, but I knew that the ladder match was so influential in, I'll call it the 90s. Super, goes without saying, Shawn and Razor.
Sure.
In multiples, but tables, ladders, and chairs. But the ladder being, and just the I'll say just kind of the picture and the story that a ladder match can tell, not the high spots, but the drama that a talent is climbing literally rung by rung a ladder to achieve a championship. And so that was my thought in TNA often. How do we be innovative? How do we be different? And so my thought evolved around to, I want to have a ladder match without a ladder. And I wanted to have the ability to have all their high spots and do all their stuff and tell that story that they were going to, have to figure somehow, some way to get up top.
The 6-sided ring was incredible. And I love the idea that if you're flicking channels and you see the 6-sided ring, it makes you stop. What's that? It's different. Where did that idea come from?
Antonio Pena he is a big Double J fan. God bless him. God rest his soul. But we had done a talent exchange, X Division, in the Asylum days, and he came up and he kind of laid out, Jeff, I want to bring you to Mexico and, obviously be the antagonist, be a big heel down the American businessman. I can remember him explaining, and someone there that was completely bilingual. He went into, Jeff, we want to portray you as not only the king of the mountain wrestler, but also an American businessman that is coming to take over. So he really laid the ground floor. And so it brought me down there, became red hot as a heel. But I can remember showing up for one of the big shows, and there sats the 6-sided ring. And this is where timing in our industry, it sounds so cliche, but timing's everything. I was down there, and I knew that we were in a transition period, that about to go to Orlando, just all the different moving parts. And again, the MMA world, we're now 20 plus years into, if you go back to those days where MMA sat, it was red hot, really hot, and really coming on the scene. And so the Octagon was this cool looking vibe, and these warriors get in there and battle it out. And then I just looked at the 6-sided ring and said, okay, this is going to differentiate us from the WWE. It's going to differentiate us from every other promotion, certainly WCW back in the day. It's going to be different. And so when I looked at that, from that perspective, I immediately knew I'm taking this back home.
Man, fans were so upset. So upset when the 6-sided ring went away. They're even chanting. They were chanting, we want 6 sides. And you got Hulk Hogan in the ring telling him, you don't want 6 sides. This is the real wrestling ring.
Folks, stay tuned to that little snippet of Dark Side. But we were talking about Dark Side. There's so many things left out.
What do you feel like
was
left out?
And I'll tell you that this is a for instance, like I think I did a total of 18 hours of being interviewed for Dark Side.
Wow.
I think Karen did 6 or 7. That's a lot. I mean, so when you have that, man, all the different folks that are in it, that's why respect to the Dark Side and the executive producers. It's in depth. They tell the story. But I can remember as they're this and that, but as it will appear. But I can remember there that night when the Impact Zone was chanting, "We want 6 sides," very loud. And I can remember that I did not hear from Dixie or Eric or Hulk. Nobody told me, "Hey, Jeff, this is the direction we're going. You're coming to Orlando. Just, hey, FYI." Because
you just showed up and it was a 4-sided ring?
No, I'd gotten a back channel and I just went. And this is kind of, you talk about like maybe a misunderstood part in that I knew that if I would have gone to Dixie or Hulk or Eric or anybody and said, "Hey guys, you're really screwing up here," I would not take the 6-sider away from the ring from the fans. It would have been self-serving. It would have been perceived as self-serving. And then when they chanted, then it's even worse for me to say, "Yep, told you so, you idiots." But it was one of those things. But I can remember being in the Impact Zone that night and going, this is just the beginning of Hogan and Dixie destroying the brand.
So what years of TNA do you take credit for?
As a part of the team, 2002 until September of 2009.
And those are the best years. No one's going to argue that, right?
Well, I'll say this, and what's crazy, we talk about often on the pod, the what ifs. When you look at January of 2009 through September, because, we had Kurt, Kevin Nash, Booker, Sting, Steiner. They'd been individuals and singles, but they came together as the Main Event Mafia. And, the qualifications to get in the faction, you had to be a former world heavyweight champion. What we were telling without coming out of our sin is, hey, these are the guys that are from the WWE or WCW. And Nash is a guy, most famous faction of all of professional wrestling, NWO. Sting, the face of WCW. Kurt, the wrestling machine. Those 5 guys together collectively as a group were super powerful in the storytelling presentation. And we had been around 7 years. So AJ was obviously coming under the zone. Chris Daniels, Samoa Joe, Eric Young, Bobby Roode, James Storm, Chris Harris. We could go through all of the TNA originals. So, it goes without saying, you look at McMahon, Austin, there was the boss, employee, employer. That's a real story that the fans can relate to. NWO is the WWE guys invading the WCW brand, the North versus South. It was organically there. When you had we called them the front line, but when you had the TNA originals against the Mafia, it's by far, and you can go look it up. I don't care what people say. The sustained ratings, the momentum we were building off of that. And I always thought, what if that would have kept going?
That's such an underrated faction. I was actually just talking about this on my podcast like a month ago. Such an underrated faction. Really was.
Yeah. And when you kind of throw in there as we were going, another like real life, and it's cool that Mick is now with AEW and we're chatting about it, but Mick was on board, and Mick was always has been a huge supporter of, I don't want to say the young guys, but giving guys opportunities. He knew that had it not been for certain chess pieces being moved, he wouldn't have had an opportunity, and he got the opportunity. I was the promoter. My role was the founder, but I had, my financial risk, everything going together. So that storyline played off to, me and Mick made our names outside of TNA, both of us with both different companies on that. So when we were playing it down the middle, the people could relate to that. They bit into that. So that story never got the final, even close to the final payoff. There's a lot of momentum, but 2002 to 2009.
How's your relationship with Dixie Carter now?
It has always been strained. Gosh, I don't know. Since before my first wife's passing, I would say it's been strained. But I had so much respect for her position. That is the investor's daughter, and the investor, Bob Carter, and Janice played a huge role. And that's where, talk about stuff being misunderstood, that you often hear about Bob Carter, but very few people really understand what a role Janice. They were a team. They were a husband, wife, but also a team. But I respected Dixie and knew that, okay, that's my boss's. That's the financial partner's daughter. I've got daughters. I respected that. So I always handled that situation and tried, despite what she thought, tried to look out for her over and over and over. But I mean, we're talking about Dark Side. The producers had tried to get Dixie to be a part of the Dark Side. To my understanding, multiple times, and she said no or didn't call back or whatever it was. We were on a phone call and they were kind of him and hawing around. I said, hey guys, do y'all want me to call Dixie and try to get her on the show? Well, yeah, we weren't going to come out and ask you. Yes. I mean, Dixie's kids and my sister and brother's kids, and before my dad's passing, they live in South Nashville. Kids went to school together. They saw each other socially. So, you know, I had no problem. And I've seen Dixie occasionally, but I just texted her and I said, hey, have you got a few minutes? I'd love to chat. She said, yeah, give me a couple of hours or something. She knows. Okay. So we jumped on the phone and I told her, I said, Dixie, I know you've been asked, Dark Side. All I really want to say is I'm encouraging you to sit down and tell your version, tell your truth. She's like, well, I'm not real sure. She kind of indicated, I'll paraphrase, that, that part of her life is behind her and all this. And I said, Dixie, here's the real reality in that, in this industry, there's your truth, and they will say there's multiple people that are on the show, their truth. And then somewhere in the middle in there, there's truth. And I wanted her to understand that I thought it was in her best interest. And she didn't tell me no, but she never came through.
Well, the way it's shown in the show is like you've got TNA going, and then Dixie comes in, which then leads to Bischoff and Hulk coming in, and she's kind of painted as the villain and the villain of TNA. And I think a lot of TNA fans would agree with that.
I guess they booed her at that last appearance, but today I'm grateful for everything as it relates to TNA. Do I wish things would have gone differently? Sure, but that's life. I mean, we're not brought into this world for all things to go right. And I've said this so many times, Chris, that, and I believe it wholeheartedly. It truly is impossible to have a mountaintop without valleys on each side of it. They just don't exist. And so there was some dark times. I know Karen, mentally and physically exhausting. It was hard on her to kind of relive some of those. You paint her as a villain. She's not a villain in Dixie's eyes, but the story, and that's where there are so many things misunderstood. My role in even Hogan and Bischoff coming in, that's where the producers, shout out Stu. I mean, they really pulled the layers of onion back over and over and over, and from multiple points of view, which I respect.
It's interesting because if you don't meet Dixie Carter, TNA probably dies years ago, right?
And see,
because where are you going to get the funding?
So this is where the narrative, if you will, in that I hadn't even begun to look for money. So Hell South, and that's another thing that, I mean, you can only touch on it, and they did go from 2 to 3 hours, but you can only touch on so much in this. The Hell South story in and of itself, Richard Scrushy, a personal buddy of mine, basically started the funding and said, let me know if when you need more type conversation. He was all into it. Well, 6 weeks into the business, things go south for him. I never once picked up the phone and say, hey, Richard, I know you're in trouble, but let's figure out something for a bridge. There's so many different avenues that I didn't chose. When I knew the funding quit and Richard, okay, I probably need to really think through that. So I immediately, out of respect for every one of my vendors, I didn't want them, A, to hear it from somebody else. B, I wanted to be as straight up and honest. That's straight from my grandmother. Look somebody in the eye and tell them bad news before you tell them good news, and they will respect you immensely. So I went to every vendor, anybody that was in that sphere, and Dixie was one of probably 15 calls I made, and stops that I made around town. The production company, the pyro folks, all the different folks that I knew that, okay, we're retooling this thing quickly. I went to her and she sat back in her chair. I'll never forget it. She's like, what are next steps? I said, I'm going to go raise capital. And she said, do you have any materials? I said, nope. She said, could you put something together? I said, I sure could. And you saw in the screener, I had no idea who Bob Carter was, or Janice Carter, or Panda Funds, Panda Energy International. I had no idea of that. We had couple of conversations, but one serious conversation with the folks from Don King. Me and my father were going to go look for money. Banking, that would have raked us over the coals. But that's another thing that's misunderstood, that if it wouldn't been for Panda Energy International, TNA would have gone away. I'm not saying that's a possibility, but it's not fact.
Can you believe that TNA is still around now?
You know, it is something deep inside of me that I come from this industry. I grew up on stories of, hey man, how are they doing out in San Antonio? Not Fritz. You know, people don't know that there was the Dallas territory, San Antonio, Paul Bosch in Houston, the Crockett's in Carolina, Eddie Graham in Florida, Georgia, the Welches in Florida, just 22 different regions. And so the business thrived in a unique way. Cable television, the whole story goes. And so I know that the business only can get more successful with more promotions. And so for TNA to still exist, to give folks a platform to learn their craft, learn how to connect with the audience, change lives, it does. This career of professional wrestling can change so many lives, some for better, some for worse. But for, here we are in 2026, and it started kind of as an idea in my head on this lake over here on a jet ski, running up and down the waters in the summer of 2001. It's pretty cool to think about it that way.
Has this ever happened to you, where there's a show or an event that you want to watch, but it's only available on a certain streaming service, and you can't believe how much a subscription to that streaming service costs? NordVPN has you covered. With NordVPN, you just log in and change your virtual location to somewhere where it costs less to sign up, and boom, there you go. You can do it from any device, your laptop, phone, or tablet. And the great thing about NordVPN is it's more than just a VPN now. With their next-gen antivirus, NordVPN warns you about potential scams and protects you against fake online stores. Next-gen antivirus scans your files for malware and deletes the dangerous ones. It also blocks phishing sites, trackers, and even scam phone calls. It's like having your own personal bodyguard. NordVPN is now your all-in-one app for digital security. Not bad for the price of a cup of coffee every month. This is an exclusive deal that you can only get by going to nordvpn.com/CVV. So head there now to take advantage of it before it's gone. Plus, there's no risk with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. That's nordvpn.com/CVV. When TNA rebranded in 2024, when it went from Impact Wrestling back to TNA, do you know if there was any talk of bringing the six-sided ring back?
I have no idea. I've told multiple people this story. Hey, what do you think about that? And I immediately said, about damn time. Yes. It is something that I believe, and this is where kind of a confirmation in that, and look, no need to debate it, but when they went from TNA Wrestling and the name of the television show to call Impact to Impact Wrestling, as a promoter or a marketer, you talk about the old adage, confuse them, you lose them. It just went south there. And so 2017 going back, I had, longer term plans. Obviously that didn't work out, but when they finally went back, my gut told me, and who knows, and I don't think I've even asked them more of this, but bringing the name back, I thought for sure the next thing that would follow would be a 6-sided ring.
I thought for sure. I was at that show.
Okay.
And I walked in fully expecting to see a 6-sided ring. And I went,
oh,
okay,
wow.
Yellow ropes. Okay. That makes sense.
Okay. Yeah.
But it's
yeah.
4 sides.
Yeah. Interesting.
I just think that when you think of TNA,
Mm-hmm.
you think of the 6-sided ring. I think you also think of like 05 to like 09. For me, those are the prime years.
You want to comment on that? There is something about the freshness, the newness, and I won't do this part of the conversation I'll do it disservice because there are so many components that kind of go into that little time, that 05 to, or 02 to 09, but I'll say 05 to 09 in that the X Division, huge. Yeah. It was by far what set us apart. But then all of a sudden, the tag team wrestling that came on so strong, and the 6 sides of steel, and the Elix Skipper, but the cage match with 6 sides gave gave the tag team division a little bit of the look. And then all of a sudden, you've got to this day one of the most amazing female talents I think the industry has really ever produced, Awesome Kong. Like her presence, it's like it was so far from bra and panties, and that was the era that it was coming out of. And then the athleticism of Gail Kim, and so the emergence of the Knockouts division. So you put the heavyweights, the tags, the Knockouts, and the X division. Those kind of formative years, to me, put a real stamp on the industry.
How did you get Kurt Angle to say yes to TNA?
Man, oh man. How did I get Kurt Angle? I retold this story, but Chris, I could take you in Orlando studios, back lot, in my office where I dressed every trip, my bag, and how I was leaned over it. And Dave Hawk is his business manager. And he said, yeah, Jeff, Kurt is going to be available. And I turned around and looked at him. I said, Dave, I know you wouldn't bullshit me about this. He said, no, I'm not. And I just really could not believe it, because we had begun to have, it was a grind. I mean, we talked about the investor. We talked about moving from the Asylum to Orlando, the grind, and One Step and Spike, and just the uphill climb. But man, we were having success after success. Our Saturday night ratings.
You just signed Christian.
Yeah, and I used to love to get the Spike email or calls. Kevin K, hey bud, this is one I got to call you on. This is what we did in the demo. Like, they were super happy. So there was positive momentum coming. And when Dave told me that, I was just like, gotta be kidding me. And then I had to put on my thinking cap, said, okay, we're going to get him. I want him long-term. I don't, want him to, because I had known Hogan had kind of flirted with us off and on multiple times. And I get it. I've been a talent. I get, hey man, if I can use TNA as a leverage to get Vince to up my dollars, I'm going to do it. I didn't fault anybody. But when I knew I had the opportunity and knew that we need to get him 5 years plus, and we did a 5-year with 2 options, I knew that was going to be a challenge, specifically with Bob Carter. I mean, it was going to be, okay, how are we going to do this? And so we had started the process, and Kurt was gung-ho and everything that went with it. And at the lake here, I was at the marina, and hey, voicemail, call me. So I left the marina and walked up in the parking lot, music blaring and all this. I had to get way away so I could talk to Bob, and Bob goes, essentially, hey, Jeff, sell me on Kurt Angle. Which I don't say caught me off guard, but I'm like, okay, here we go. And I said, Bob, what's the name of our company? Oh, Total Night. I mean, went through that. I said, if you want a talent that truly personifies a total nonstop action wrestler, that is, in my opinion, Bob, no BS. I think he is the best wrestler in the world today. That's who we're talking about. He said, okay. So, I mean, he believed in me. And like I said, we had begun to have stack up a few, I'm not saying major blowout wins, but small wins after small wins after small wins.
And then Kurt Angle's a game changer.
It was in so many ways huge for the brand, huge for me personally, as far as, okay, I'm out of the ring. He signed long-term.
And I don't know if it's talked about enough, but Kurt Angle wrestled more years in TNA than anywhere else.
Yes.
Had his best matches there. He'll even tell you that.
Buddy. And when Kurt was on, I mean, incredible. AJ Styles, Abyss, about as far dynamic. I always use those two guys because AJ is High Flyer, X Division, and Abyss, the Monster Abyss. It goes without saying is Kurt could have the best match on the card with either guy, and if he needed to wrestle both guys in the same night, he could. Unbelievable cardio conditioning. And so, yeah, Kurt took our brand at the right time. And again, timing's everything. We had this guy that was on a winning streak named Samoa Joe, and that was being built into this killer. And he arrived on, there were so many positives that went into it. Me and Sting had that match built for months at Bound for Glory. And I was going through with my wife's personal situation. I knew that, okay, I need to figure something out from my personal life that we knew we were switching the belt to Sting at Bound for Glory. But in the middle of that whole storyline arc, here comes this Kurt Angle opportunity. And then we make Kurt the special enforcer of that match. So he was on the scene when Sting won the title. It was a really magical, not just night, a magical time in TNA.
We've talked a lot about TNA, but you're still doing this. You're still wrestling now. You're in phenomenal shape. How much longer do you want to wrestle?
I have no idea. I mean, it's something that, I've been asked that, and I know I did Ric Flair's last match. And so that lastmatch.com mentality, hey, Jeff, when is the final match, or when is, and it's, you look at NASCAR drivers and they go on their final lap, and, this athlete's going to retire and this athlete's going to retire. And look, we can talk about Terry Funk and a number of folks in retirement is the way I look at the industry and me being able to get in the ring and perform. I've always looked at it, to me, again, maybe misunderstood, but through a different lens, in that, what is the one constant that I've had in my entire life? Hadn't been family. Businesses come and go. Friendships come and go. Business relationships come and go. But the business has really been good to me.
The longest relationship you've had.
Yes.
Is with pro wrestling.
Yes. 40 years. And so I don't ever pretend to say, oh, yeah. Even the Toby Keith song, Good As I Once Was.
I ain't as good as I once was, but I'm as good once
as I ever was. Yeah. I'm not even going to go there. What I will say is I enjoy it when I do step back in the ring from time to time. I enjoy it. I look at the people's faces and know that, you know what? They know where I'm at in life. And so I'm not trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. I enjoy it. I want to continue to give back to the business. You know, that my run at AEW, especially when we came right on the scene, you know, all kind of moving parts. And I heard the arena. I knew the heel reaction that I was getting. I knew the heel reaction that Karen was getting. I knew, you know, when FTR, Mark Briscoe, special referee, Karen on the scene, that was good content. My single with Orange Cassidy in Winnipeg, the Wembley, me being in the gauntlet, walking out on stage, the reaction I got there. There are, you know, me and Hangman in Arthur Ashe having a strap match. There have been so many highlights at AEW at this stage in my career. I'm very grateful, but it also, you know, tells me that with the right style and the right timing, I'm different than today's wrestler. I'm not saying it's all positive, but I am definitely different than. And I think when I hear the people respond, it doesn't surprise me, because I have seen this generation after generation after generation, in that it all relates back to the emotional connection you have with the audience.
Do you think it's because if you call a match your last match, that you're not going to be able to walk away?
This may sound crazy. Conrad got me emotional talking about it. Kind of my relationship with the business. It's been really good to me. I don't want to shortchange it. I don't want to bullshit it. I don't want to lie to it.
Is that like ending too soon? Or is it staying in it too long?
I think that the answer will come at the appropriate time.
It's interesting because when you look at your career, wrestling has given you so much. Wrestling has also taken so much from you.
Yeah.
Yet still you sit here with me and you go, wrestling's given me so much.
Life. I mean, I'll say this, you know, when I know the story in depth, and that's something that when I'm given opportunities to really drill down on the human side of the Jarrett family in professional wrestling, 1946. If I could just stop there for a moment, in 1946, where women were at in this country, a single mom of two took a second job selling wrestling tickets. That to me is emotional and it's heavy. And Christine Jarrett, my grandmother, my dad's mom, that's how she started into this business and knew she's one of 5 kids. Her father was an alcoholic, and all of her siblings, abstract poverty, and they all lived at home. And she made up her mind that she was going to work her way out of poverty. And so she worked to a fault, and I've worked to a fault as well. And my dad damn sure has as well. But dug herself out of poverty and worked her way up into the regional promotion, Gildas Welch Wrestling, to what, Chris, me and you would call the CFO, Chief Financial Officer. She was the back end, the business ops. And a teenage kid who got a hardship license, my dad, and was driving a car and promoting small shows and putting out window cards and doing all this long before he had his first match. That's how he got into the business. And then he promoted shows and then fell in love with my mom and went off to college and then came back and had 2 kids, and then he gets into the business. So I got a ton of respect for the industry because I have lived through the ups and downs, but I have a perspective on this industry that I know what it takes to succeed. And you absolutely have to have a passion for the business.
When we talk about wrestling giving you so much and taking from you, you were so close with Owen Hart. And I don't know if it's talked about enough, but you were the match after he fell at Over the Edge.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the emotions you had as you were going out there.
And I've covered this a couple of different times, and I can talk about it so much more clearly now, Chris, than I could, in that Kansas City that afternoon, as Owen would always do, he would find a little nook and cranny. You know, it's back in those days. It just, anyway, we were dressing in kind of a makeup room connected to a bathroom, a little area. And he had done the rehearsals, and I was after him, and they called him, Owen, you got to go up, get up. And so I'm in the dressing room by myself, doing what I always do, taping, getting, stretching, all this. And the scream came, Jeff, you're up now. And I knew that wasn't right. I'm just like, Owen, there's no way he's even had time to get to the ring. I was right. I just knew. And so,
Someone tell you at this point?
Matt Miller busted in and said, you're up. And I'm like, Owen's up. He goes, no. I said, well, what happened? He said, he fell. I'm like, but I'm thinking knee. He fell. Okay. They had to stop the match. Not good. He fell. Okay. So then, it was a t-shirt, grabbed my t-shirt, run down there. I knew I had a promo beforehand. And as I'm walking through the backstage area, it is the heaviness. And I've processed this, Chris, so many different times. I can live it. I have visualized it. I can visualize it. Kevin Kelly, we get in front of me and Deborah and have the interview. And, Owen's being wheeled by 10 feet apart. And I mean, crazy emotions and hollering and screaming and, 15, 20 people fall on a gurney and all this, and 3, 2, 1. And whatever I said, the heaviness was, which I had no idea, but it was on me. And then leave there, like the format process goes, go straight to the ring. And I remember walking out, doing my stuff and getting up in the ring and, feeling the top rope. And it was like super, super loose. And at the time, and again, that none of that really processed. And then I walked through the ring. I'm like, damn. But I didn't really understand that at the time. And went through the match and came back through the curtain. And Matt and the cop were there, and I said, let's go. And the cop said, you want to get your stuff? And I said, give me 30 seconds. I went there. I literally threw my stuff, got in the car, and the cop is driving really fast, and he didn't answer my questions 2 or 3 times. And I said, officer, please, can you let me know anything? And he just kind of looked over his shoulder and said, it's not good, Jeff. I'm like, anyway, so again, I've processed this. I didn't grieve it at the time. In 2017, I went through a deep process to grieve it and really understanding what I went through then. Because we went to the service in Calgary, stayed up all that night, went and did Raw the next day. It was go home, change your clothes, pack, go to Calgary, service, back at work.
You guys had a lot in common, right? Both the son of a promoter, both living in the footsteps, the shadow of your father, right? So were you guys traveling together too?
All the time. And, but again, Owen had his network of free rides. He's notorious for that. But yes, a friend to anybody, but yeah, we traveled often, especially during that time frame, all the time. But you touched on something, and that's where I think why to this day I kind of carry so much of him with me in that, maybe this theme of this whole interview is misunderstood, Chris, because me and Owen understood things about the industry and being sons of regional promoters. And that was, we're talking mid 90s. The territories it was still, nowadays nobody can relate to the territories. And I'm glad so. The business has evolved and it's bigger and stronger and healthier than it's ever been. But coming out of that era, me and Owen had lived through so many experiences, and we would laugh and cut up about it. But that was a real bonding point in 91 when we first met in Memphis, in that, Brett and Owen are coming in, and yes, they're big WWF stars and they're coming down to territory, but they understood, Brett hated our Memphis canvas because it had a couple of tears in it. He's coming from WWF and pristine mat covers, but there was an appreciation. This is a family business. Hey, we get it. But me and Owen bonded over that and understood over that and discussed that. And we were also at a point in our lives that, he had 2 children. I had 1, married, so many different parallels. He left his house, flew to Chicago. That was our show. And we had talked about, and I told this story the other day, that New Orleans, Louisiana, ironically, I was on a payphone when I got the word that my dream home, I got to purchase. We got to close on it. It's going to be on the market on a Saturday morning. There were going to be 11 showings. I knew the realtor. They knew we'd been working with me. It was a Friday afternoon. I met the price and closed on it. The first person I got to experience that with was Owen, smiling. At the exact same time, he's building though his dream home. And in between trips, he'd land, go to the site. They're at this stage. They're putting the windows in. They're putting the granite in. They're putting this in. Oh, yeah. So we lived that parallel life. And so he left home, headed to Chicago. And when he was supposed to return home, he was going to spend his first night in his dream home. Oh. And so many things like that.
Yeah.
I carry with me to this day.
There's a really interesting through line with you and China. China has your last match in WWE is with China. China's last match ever is with you in TNA. What was it like working with China?
Oh man, God rest her soul. We were just talking about Owen, but in his wit, China had a unique wit too. But she's a funny girl, great personality. But man, oh man, goes without saying, Attitude Era, maybe the height of it. But when you look at DX, Road Dogg with his intro and his braids and his look, and when you look at the group, China with their build and their look, and again, the things that we were doing during the Attitude Era to push the envelope, it didn't get much more than a push to have a female fight a male for the belt that Randy Savage had, the belt that Ultimate Warrior had. The IC title is the working title. It's the number 2 that's going to take you to number 1. The belt was well positioned. The way my character evolved in a lot of ways organically, because, had not China had all of her momentum with DX and we want to do something there. And then here's this guy over here, and he'd come out of the Double J character, and all of a sudden he's got Miss Deborah, and then he's got Kitty and all that. And then all of a sudden he knocks the hell out of Moolah. It just storyline and kind of step after step after step. So everything was built right before me and China really ever, quote unquote, touched. But man, oh man, there was some magic that night and all the drama going on backstage, and she was anxious and how are we going to get through this? But she delivered like the champ she was. But it was cool. And that moment, being a first on that platform, China obviously kept her career going, but to kind of knight her into that IC title run, we're still talking about it today.
Yeah. How did it come full circle to wrestle with her 10 plus years later in TNA?
It's to me so bizarre that, me and Kurt and Karen had worked the storyline. And that's another thing about Dark Side. There's going to be things revealed out of all that. People are going to go, what?
Yeah, I feel like you guys touch on the relationship there.
Yeah.
for the first time really ever.
Yes, definitely. Kids involved. I mean, we chose and will continue to choose the high road, but the real story comes out. And that's another, I wish Kurt would have, he didn't want to do Dark Side. I wish he had done it. But that being said, China, we had worked that storyline, me and Karen and Kurt, we'd had our singles and, a real trilogy, a cage match in Cincinnati. And man, if you've been in a match with Kurt Angle, you've been in a match with Kurt Angle. We did that back alley brawl, but we had our trilogy of matches. I had a match against him in 2009 as well. But we'd come to a point that we had faced each other multiple ways, but the opportunity came up and it just fit. But, we couldn't put Karen in a handicap match against Kurt, but to have somebody that was going to be on the opposite side of the ring to face Karen and me, it just clicked with me and China's history, obviously with me, Kurt, and Karen's history. It just absolutely fit. And, the match, we won't ever call it a 5-star, but boy, oh boy, talk about delivering in so many ways. And, China and the look and it for one night is a blast.
You have delivered some iconic guitar shots. I want to go through a few.
Oh
of these,
boy. Okay.
Okay. You already mentioned it earlier, but that guitar shot to Moolah, wild.
Yeah. And again, I like to bring up my grandmother because she's integral, but I'll never forget Moolah had worked for obviously my father, but also my grandmother. And so the story's laid out at SmackDown. I'm going to hit her with the guitar and all this. And she comes up to me and she grabs me like a grandma would. And she does. She pitched me. If you don't knock the shit out of me, when you come through that curtain, I'm going to beat the hell out of you because that's what your grandmother would want. But no, it was, Kevin Nash was working for WCW and he texted me the night it aired and he said, Double J, I've seen some shit in my time, but that was absolutely the Chris Farley awesome. He loved it.
But it's not just the chair shot on Moolah. It's then slapping on the figure four.
Yeah. The guitar shot with Moolah and the figure four on May. It was a fun segment. And, when you think back the era and the time with it, SmackDown, new program, a lot of fun.
I think the most violent guitar shot you ever delivered was the one to Molly Holly. Man.
Chris, that still gets talked about to this day, and I got to tip my cap to old Molly. The flat back bump she took, the timing she took.
It looks like you killed her.
Well, and that's something that, a lot of guys that will swing a guitar will say, kind of take it easy. That's the worst thing you can do. It can hurt worse and look a whole lot worse. You've got to swing it. And I always say bat speed's the most important thing. But boy, oh boy, I must have really been feeling good that night because my bat speed was good on Molly.
I see the clip of you giving the guitar shot to Beetlejuice all the time. What's the story for people that don't know of him even being involved in that? And how did he end up taking a guitar shot?
So, you just got to say WCW 2000, Mark Madden's outline on it. Yeah, still is a funny clip. But the Whack Pack, Howard Stern, and this is something that when I'm asked about this, Howard Stern, for those that don't know, Howard Stern in the 90s, I mean,
he pushed the envelope.
And there were Howard Stern and others. I mean, he was so far at the top.
Yeah.
And his Whack Pack with High Pitch Eric and his group of misfits. The whole group. Yeah. And so they were on Nitro. We were in Nassau, Long Island, so wasn't a far trip. And they were there and they were involved in different things and an in-ring and all this. And somehow, some way, he's like, yeah, I'll get involved. And that was an era that they had me swinging guitars every Monday night on Nitro. And that whole thing came up and I'm just like, oh boy, this is going to be interesting. And his line, That's Mr. Slapnuts to you. Oh, but it was good. But it still talked about old Beetle. His social media play is always fun. But yeah, it the things like the Beetlejuice and even the Gary Coleman. Several years ago, I remember Vine, the platform I hear it's coming back. But anyway, but there was clips and all this, and my kids come home from school and like, Dad, what are you doing? Hitting this little guy, and I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, and I'm like, girls, and it's before they were born, and I'm like, that goes like, why would you do that? I'm like, do you really think I did it? And the guy didn't know. Like, anyway, they didn't like.
Yeah, what's the story with Gary Coleman?
Oh boy, the Gary Coleman story, Guitar Shot. In this business, the story behind the scenes is sometimes so much more entertaining than what you see on camera. But both instances there are pretty entertaining. But Gary agreed to be a part of Nitro. He knew he's getting the Guitar Shot. Gets to the building like around noon and catering. He's like, I want to get out of here. I want to go to a toy store. A toy store. Okay. Well, my good buddy Jeremy Borash at the time got elected to be his chaperone for the day. And I guess he had the rental car. And so they go off to the toy store and spend all afternoon. And he's taking him to shops and this and that. And they get back to the building. And we had kind of gone through it and how we're going to do it and all this. And he'd ask a few questions, but he's an actor, so he's cool and all this kind of stuff. But little did I know that in his little ball cap, he came up with the bright idea that I'm going to get a lot of Charmin. And so if you see, he stuffs a bunch of Charmin in his ball cap, puts it on, he comes in from behind, hits me in the balls from behind, gets up on the second rope and is shaking and bouncing, and that hat pops off in slow motion. He's got to run over to it. I'm selling my nuts and weaving and robbing around going, what in the hell is he doing? So I have to let him have time. He's scrambling, putting the toilet paper back in there.
And he's doing this for padding, right?
Yeah. Yes. For padding, and puts the hat back on. When he turns around, I crack him. The building exploded. They loved it. And people at home did too. And I did too. And Jeremy, I think I got a standing ovation from Borash that night.
When you're going to give someone a guitar shot, what do you tell them?
Bat speed. It's coming real fast. Close your eyes, tuck your chin.
That's it. Are they worried about splinters?
Oh, sure. And look, I most of the time, of all people, there was, and it happens from time to time. Things happen. But of all people, there were 2 consecutive TV tapings in Orlando that I got, and Kurt's got a bald head, so he doesn't have hair for it to, blend in and all this. But I gashed him back-to-back tapings one time. So it happens. It's part of it, but and it stings. People are like, it stings, but it's not a chair shot for sure.
How did you start saying slap nuts?
Oh, the slap nut story. Again, kind of an organic thing. And yes, this does get some credit from my grandmother that she used to call people slappies. And slappies are people that know more and more about less and less every day. And all they do is slap their gums. People that just talk a lot about nonsense.
That sounds like a great Southern term.
Yes, just a slappy. And so Attitude Era and WCW Nitro, and I wanted to take a dig at somebody and said it. And it was, I think I said it one week and maybe the second week. And then we were at the Palace at Auburn Hills, and I'll never, the best kind of slapnut story that really gets behind the curtain is that maybe week 3 or 4 after I'd said it, Palace Auburn Hills, and you look up in, I'll call it the cheap seats, and there's 8 guys, the demo, and they had signs, SLAPNUTZ, and they had it up. And so it was shot on camera, and I come through the curtain, and Standards and Practices from TBS TNT called me in and said, hey, we need to talk with you. Okay. What's it about? Because I'm thinking, I know I didn't cuss on camera, handheld ring mic, or what happened, what am I getting called to the principal's office for? And they said, we need you to tell us or explain to us about slap nuts, and should we blur it and beep it? And I just cracked up. I said, no, you don't have a thing to worry about. they were like, is it in the Urban Dictionary? Is this slang? No, guys, you're in the clear. So Slapnuts lasted, and you can still buy a Slapnut shirt today.
You went through this evolution of, you were Double J, right? You were the country star, into the pissed off guy. How did you know it was time to evolve into what was next after that?
After
what you ended up becoming in TNA.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, just kind of the evolution of everything that, you go from the territory, the boy next door. I was the number 2 babyface behind Jerry Lawler, and the people knew my last name was Jarrett, and there had been 2 Jarretts before me. So go to the WWF. I'm a heel, Double J Jeff Jarrett. As you just said, the transition, because the Attitude Era of catchphrases and different looks and pushing the envelope. And then when TNA started, it was where am I going to kind of find my groove? And without, King of the Mountain is what it worked into. And the world, for the most part, knew I was boss. So let's not call myself the boss. Let's go with King of the Mountain and the match that went with it. And everything that went with that, the evolution of that. Then we called myself the founder. And that was, a different role. But I've always tried to look at my ring personas as I am the last outlaw, in that I know, you look around the dressing room. Yes, it feels like yesterday I was the kid, but no, I'm not. I'm the oldest, I'm the oldest guy on the eight. I'm the oldest guy on the AEW roster, and very proud of that fact. But from Double J to Slapnuts to King of the Mountain to founder to the last outlaw, I just kind of always I've lived by this, and I've tried to be creative if I'm booking, creative process, writing TV, executive producer, talking with a talent at a seminar, whatever it may be, play an extension of your personality that's real. And so that all of those extensions of my personality were truth-based, fact-based.
Not only are you the last outlaw, but are you also the last Jarrett? The 3rd generation in this.
Yeah.
Are your girls going to be part of wrestling?
The thing is, I'm one of 5 kids. And so I'm the only one that dove into the business. It's not like my dad held a gun at my head and said, you're going to do this. I wanted to do it. So I'm not going to push my kids into it at all. If they choose to go down that road, great. If they don't, I understand.
Do they have interest, do you think?
They do not at this time at all. That is something also that as I, look around, and Big Papa Pump, to get him to talk on camera on the dark side was amazing to me. But, our history that goes back, I knew him before he was married, and now his son, Brock, is signed with the Saints.
Yeah.
But you can just, when you see him with that headdress on, it's like, man, there's a young Scott. But 2nd and 3rd generation people now, it's interesting for me to kind of sit around and observe, because this generation of guys getting in, it is a different transition. And a guy like myself, I know I'm lucky and blessed and super grateful to have a career. I'm active after 40 years. now guys' careers, and you know, you look at the Japan scene and the Lucha Libre scene, and here the American scene, and then what is that shelf life? You know, I don't know. It when you look at this industry from a career perspective, to me, it's because there's a TV component, there's a marketing and creative component. It's just not the same industry, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just a different industry.
What's the story behind Taylor Swift being a babysitter for your kids?
Oh, Taylor Swift stories. You know, I'm born and raised, lived in Hendersonville since I was a kid. But Scott Swift, Taylor's dad, in the financial services business, could work out of his house. And his daughter, and Taylor's got a brother, Austin, but she wanted to be a country music star from a real early age. And so they packed up and they moved to Hendersonville.
They moved from Pennsylvania, right?
Yep.
To Hendersonville, Tennessee.
Yep. Moved down here. And, you know, she went to the same high school that all my kids went, and all that. And so my first wife, Jill, had gotten real sick. And so just friends among friends around town. And Taylor, that album, Tim McGraw, had just come out. So she was just breaking, not on tour or anything. It was around Christmas time. And so a friend of a friend asked her to come over and play for the girls and my wife. And so that's where the relationship started. You know, in that time, TNA, so much going on with their wife who's sick, daughters, just a real challenging time. And so in this community, one thing led to another, and it started out with 7 or 8 of us, and Taylor just kept playing. And, you know, and I've said this, it turned into a couple-hour concert. She played everything. But that's when the girls and her bonded. And then, you know, tough time. And a couple of months later, my wife passed away, and Taylor was with them through it all. And then, you know, she would call from time to time, hey, what are the girls doing this afternoon? I'd like to come over and bake cookies. I'd like to just spend time with them, which I, you know, come over and there's a picture floating around playing the piano. But that's the side of Taylor people don't see. The little girl's grown up, gone to the Big Apple and time to not, but she just became what you call a family friend. So Chris, I can officially say she's never been on the Jarrett payroll. So she never did a paid
never
gig.
Paid her, okay.
Never a paid gig as a babysitter, but very, very good to the girls.
Did you guys still keep in touch?
I mean, with the dad, I mean, Taylor's, you know, the girls were in a video of hers, mine. And that was cool. Went up to Maine, and that was a real cool thing. But, you know, as far as day to day, she's got other things going on.
But if she's playing at Nissan Stadium, could you get tickets?
You are really setting me up for a disaster.
The answer is clearly yes. Yeah, that's great. I'm sure that'll be a great show. 40 years into this business, when you look back on everything, what do you think is your legacy?
That really isn't. That is something that it's just not up to me. You know, it's people are going to have opinions about Jeff, good and bad. I'm just so well aware of that. But my hope is there's no gray area in that. Jeff loves this business, sacrificed a lot for it, perseverance in the industry, a student of the game. You know, when you look at legacy, to me is a heavy word, because, you know, 40 years in, you can think through, okay, in-ring accomplishments. In-ring accomplishments. Man, I've been so blessed. You know, I'm a Michael Jordan. I'm a basketball junkie, and for me to win the world title, a kid from Hendersonville, I'm not the biggest, the strongest. I don't check all the boxes, but for me to win a world title in the United Center was pretty special to me. It really was. carry on the family tradition. That's a lot of weight on my shoulders that I gladly want to carry. It's important to me because I don't lose sight of what Christine Jarrett did, and she changed my family's life trajectory radically, and her son, and obviously mine, all because of professional wrestling. Had she not taken that second job, I can't. It's who knows. So legacy's a heavy word. The business side of things, I take a lot of pride, in helping folks. Karen thinks, in her opinion, she's obviously my wife, but she says, when I watch you help other talent, she said, I know that's what brings you the most joy. Look, I'll get emotional because that's what she witnesses. Mm-hmm. I love it. I absolutely love when I think of back through the years, whatever talent you want to plug in, giving guys opportunities. To me, it's maybe that's one of the things I want to be at the top of my legacy is really caring about giving guys opportunities.
How much did your relationship with WWE need to be mended before getting inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame?
That is, Chris, that is another truly, to me, a misunderstood kind of narrative in that you mentioned earlier, Jeff got fired. No, his contract ran out. Jeff started TNA. In the early years of TNA, I had multiple conversations with Vince McMahon. Hey, Vince, is there any way that we can work together? Is there something there? There was nothing. He knew that we were, all that. We were certainly not in competition, but as time went on, it was very apparent he viewed us as competition. We were the number two. Whatever the gap was, we were definitely the number two. 2 hours on network television, the network that he used to be on, and we were successful, 2 million viewers a week. Anyway, so that kind of relationship. And then, the call came first week of 2018. Hey, Jeff, and the words were, not WWE wants you in the Hall of Fame. Vince wants to put you in the Hall of Fame. And again, another misunderstood. My dad and Vince McMahon talked every Sunday afternoon as before Vince had his trial and while it was going on. So Vince knew that my dad and his father were peers, so to speak. Vince Sr. being the older statesman and my dad being the younger of the promoter territory. So a family, again, me and Owen had a connection. I think Vince and myself have always had a promoter connection. And so mended fences is, I just don't think that's probably the correct phrasing, but
no animosity throughout that time. I think that's what it's perceived to be.
I think you would have to ask him, but you read your Reddits and X and whatever online blogs. It's a fun story to tell. Vince McMahon was held up by Jeff Jarrett. And I'd love to sit here and tell you, oh yeah, it's exactly what I did. No, really what I did was I got the money that was owed to me in the best position of leverage. And truth be known, Vince knew that when I went out, dropped the title to China, he cut me a check from Gun to Arena. I was off his radar. You don't even have to think about Jeff Jarrett. And look, he can blame Jim Ross, he can blame whatever it may be. At the end of the day, we went our separate ways. It was what it was. It was a business deal. It's like, we've joked on the pod and all this. Jeff Jarrett held Vince McMahon up. Does anybody in their right mind think if Vince McMahon did not want to pay Jeff Jarrett, he didn't have to pay Jeff Jarrett? Like, that's the real story. Not only that, as we're sitting there conversation and he's got his 3-piece suit on, and this is another blurb that probably won't make, and I don't think it makes Dark Side is, as he's pulling that check out, Chris, he's sitting there, and I'm going to screw it. I'm going to ask him, hey, Vince, because the company was going public 2 days later. This is Sunday, company's going public. do I still get those stock options? Pal, of course you do. Call Beth in the morning, just make sure. So A, he could have stopped payment on the check.
Yeah.
B, he didn't have to give me stock options. But it's fun, and I'm appreciative of the industry. People love a good story and a heel and a baby face, and Jeff screwed Vince, and Vince screwed Jeff, and Vince screwed GONNERR, gone on TV. All of that kind of stuff. It's fun. We're chatting about it. But man, oh man, you talk about totally misunderstood. Yes.
Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story.
That's exactly right.
Since I'm such a huge TNA fan, I love asking this question. There's no better. Person to ask it of than you.
Uh-oh.
Who's on your TNA Mount Rushmore?
Oh, I knew you were going to come up with this when we first laid it down. And folks, me and him we're going to connect. I've wanted to do a show. He's wanted me to be on the show. And I kid you not, I'm like, he's going to ask that. Okay.
We all know the first spot. Come on. AJ Styles.
Oh, I was going to, yeah.
You can't have a TNA Mount Rushmore without AJ Styles.
But I was like, because the fourth one, I think, is one I have.
You have trouble with?
I don't think you can not have one without AJ. And I know from a business perspective, Steen was a massive get early and then when he signed. And you look at Kurt and that, so those three almost are kind of givens. But when you get into that fourth one, you have, to me, you know, in a lot of ways, you could say Knockouts division. I think it you know, long before the women's evolution, and you know, if WWE, you know, the narrative that Vince McMahon took professional wrestling out of smoky bingo halls and put it here, well, TNA took the bra and panties and put it into, you know, competitive women's wrestling. But anyway, that fourth spot, Chris, to me, it's you just have to. There's a lot of, you could put X Division there in totality. You could put the Knockouts. I think when you look at the OGs that really came along, I mean, Abyss is in that conversation. Man, you just that, to me, the fourth one's always a tough spot.
Yeah, especially when you talk about homegrown talent.
Oh,
right, like Abyss is TNA and TNA is Abyss.
Yes.
Same with AJ Styles.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, Jeff Hardy has that soundbite in the dark side, about that, about myself and TNA and all this. And then when I just kind of look, the 6-sided ring, when if we look at, Mount Rushmore is like, I guess that's coined as the 4 most successful things or humans that come out of a brand or whatever it is. X Division, Knockouts, Abyss.
You can make a real case for you too. Without you, it doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, that's to me, that's kind of a given, because when I look and again, when you really, my dad had no interest, none, especially in 2002. He had gotten into the construction business and then he got into kind of the oil and gas part of a construction business and was really wheeling and dealing. Very successful at the time. That was my old man. I mean, he had been in so many different kinds. I mean, wrestling was his main business, but he had been in multiple business. But at that time, really successful. My little brother, that's when he was really breaking in, but he had no interest. And so when I think back over, to me, God's had a hand in every bit of my life, in that something pushed me, inner drive in me, to go, you know what? Because that's a big step. I mean, hey, as opposed to, you know what? Go back and whatever, work for peanuts for Vince, or go to Japan, or whatever, a wrestler, Mexico, or whatever, make the career out of it, or whatever it's going to be. But for whatever reason, I'm like, in the different conversations, but I was kind of driven in a lot of ways to go, I'm going to carry on the family tradition.
You know who doesn't get talked about enough in the early days of TNA? Mike Tenay and Don West.
There you go. They absolutely, I'm glad you brought that up. I believe the positioning of those two, and by design, with the X Division and the lineage of the NWA, Mike was my guy in that. The Professor, his cadence is to me, his professionalism as his delivery comes out,
and his encyclopedic knowledge.
And that's what I wanted. I really wanted that as a brand. When we came out, and I did the deal with NWA since 1905, and whatever Mike didn't know off the top of his head, I knew absolutely he was going to go study it. And I wanted something different. Yes, he had been with WCW, but Shivani was the lead horse. I wanted something different and unique that would immerse himself. And Mike, I am so grateful for the efforts that he put in, especially during the early Asylum days, because when you listen to his calls, buddy, you talk about passion. And then Don, I mean, a freaking shoe salesman to a baseball card salesman who was nervous as hell, used to throw up before every show. He had anxiety and all that kind of stuff. And that, whether it's Jerry Jarrett or Jeff Jarrett or Vince Russo or whoever, Dutch Mantel, that would say, Don, you got this. Don, you got this. Because we just wanted him to respond like a fan. And that was something that I got pushback from folks. Hey, man, that's because, again, you come off the Attitude Era. You have Shivani and Heenan, Lawler and Ross. You had some real iconic duos that we're going to go a different direction. And Mike took the company from an announcer point of view and put it on his shoulders. And he nurtured Don. And Don, once he hit his groove, goes without saying, the merchandise records that he exploded. To this day, we went to a venue. Oh, no, that was in arena football. We went to a venue. A guy's still talking about the first time they ever saw Don West. And they said, perform. I said, you just said perform. They said, don't you remember the meet and greets before it started? He'd perform. I'm like, okay, that's his sales pitch. But no, he was great. He's great. But when he really got in his groove, those two at the desk in Orlando calling pay-per-view matches, you could tell Don was exhausted in a positive way, but he came through like we wanted the viewer, especially those Kurt matches. 25 minutes into a Kurt match or a Kurt AJ match, you're exhausted from watching it in a good way.
Yeah.
And Don was a great narrator for those.
Are you freaking kidding me?
That's it. That's it, Chris.
He was all of us.
He was.
Because that's exactly what everybody's thinking when they're watching it.
Yeah.
So good.
That's good.
Is there a particular match that you're most proud of in your career?
Gosh, now I'm going to have to get into recall, and I'll leave something out. I will say my series of matches with Kurt at a stage in my career that Kurt, but I pushed myself and Kurt pushed it. We had some really knockdown, drag out, good storytelling matches. The match with Sean in Nashville under those circumstances, a lot of political stuff going on. And me and Sean had so many single matches, but we pieced it all together and that series of tag matches that I've talked about before, me and Sean versus Diesel and Razor, Scott and Kevin with Road Dogg as the second. The five of us would go out, wrestle 35, 40 minutes on loops. The Garden was my favorite match out of that tag match. But in those, my single title wins, the DDP match, I'm going to say, he came in with his stylist, but prepared to go to work. There's a couple of, WCW matches. And then I mentioned the TNA days, my early matches against AJ Styles, when I really think through those and me being executive producer and the show and the business component and the stress, and then putting together, man, AJ named himself right, the phenomenal one. His athleticism, especially the bounce that he had in those early days, and he had it throughout his career, but especially in those early days. So those, and then I'm not, I just mentioned him a little bit earlier, but me facing Hangman in the Owen was an organic, and I'd been a heel ever since I walked in AEW. And we had me and Jay and the group and Satnam and Karen and Sanjay, we had some steam on us, had some good matches with the Acclaim and FTR. And, we wrestled on that Dynamite anniversary show against Kenny and the Bucks. And we had, we'll call it the heel momentum in a lot of ways. And in Chicago, in the Owen, and I, and basically kind of gave an interview on Owen, my real raw emotion about him, and the people organically got behind me. That's, to this day, really special. Really special.
What an amazing career you've had. What an amazing, and you're still doing it.
There you go.
Thank you so much for making the time to do this.
No, this is great, man. I said at the beginning, I'm very respectful of your work in that I feel like this word is beginning to be overused, but it's very appropriate for you. I think your authenticity comes across in that you want to sit down with the wrestler in a respectful way and just say, hey, man, let's talk. And if I got to ask you maybe a tough question here or there, I just want a good story. I want your voice to be heard. Anyway, the authenticity part that you bring out, I think that is, here I go playing executive producer, but I think that is a huge part of your success. And I can tell you that is the main reason I'm sitting down today.
Well, thank you. It means a lot to me that you're sitting down with me today. I'm going to ask you the question I ask everybody at the end, because gratitude is such a huge thing for me. Wake up every day, I say out loud 3 things I'm grateful for. Sets the tone for the day. The end of the day, my wife and I will both rattle off 3 things we're grateful for.
Okay, now we're talking.
So, Jeff, what are 3 things you're grateful for right now?
Buddy, about 6.5 hours ago, I went through this. I do it every morning.
I love that.
Yeah, it just, yes, sobriety has radically changed my life, and you didn't ask me that, but the mindset of gratitude, and it says, in Thessalonians, it specifically says, rejoice always, give thanks in all situations, and pray about everything. Those kind of three things check every box for the day. But the gratitude I have, and this may sound I really mean this. It may sound vague, but I am very grateful to be alive and sitting right here in this chair talking to Chris at 2:12 on June the 16th. The present. There's a reason they call it not the past, not the future, but the present. It is a present. So I'm very grateful to be alive today. I am very, very grateful. When I look back over my life and really understand the valleys that I've been through, the simple thing to say, I wouldn't wish that on anybody, some of them, but at the end of the day, it's the only way mountaintops are formed. I truly believe that. So I'm grateful for the present. I'm very grateful for my past, but my future in this life and eternal. I'm very grateful that I have the mindset. And, right now I'm a part of an arena football team that I didn't go chase that. They came to me. I'm a part of an ownership group of 3, going to be 4 baseball teams. Very grateful for that. I'm an active member on the AEW roster. I got a wife, 5 healthy kids, different opportunities. I really am. I try not. I fail often, but I try not to lose sight of that the gratitude of, we all have bad days. But like you just said, in the morning when you wake up saying that's 3 things, boy, oh boy. It is almost the fancy sauce of life, gratitude.
I love this quote of no amount of anxiety will change the future. No amount of regret will change the past. But any amount of gratitude will change the present. And it's so true, right?
Wow. If we're going to get into that, I just heard the other day, what's the middle letter in anxiety?
I.
When we're anxious, when we got anxiety, we're worried about ourselves. You can change that in a heartbeat. Live life, trust God, and help others, and it all goes away.
Jeff, this has been amazing. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate you.
You really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
That was a good interview. Amazing interview. That was Jeff Jarrett. Good interview. I'm gonna put great interview. That's my comment. Great interview. Yeah, that was a great interview. Great interview. So next for y'all, I might watch some more Maria Maratha comment videos, and then I'll probably look at X-Men videos and see what videos he have. So maybe react to more for videos. I'll look at this video. Man, I'm not interested in dating.
Hey, y'all. Good afternoon. Marietta's outside. It's nice and beautiful. It is beautiful out right now, y'all. It done rained. I mean, it's just nice and cool right now because it was so hot today. You know, as I was riding, I ain't never seen so much behind that was out today. It was 94 degrees, and everybody wanted to show you your backside. Everywhere I went, I seen somebody's crack. It just got, I mean, girls with shorts on so short, their butt cheeks was hanging out. I mean, I know it's hot outside, but my God, ladies, have some discretion about yourself. I mean, and why is it always got to be one that's got to be ratchet in the crowd? I went around to the park today and just to ride and hang out. You see what you see. And I was just sitting out there and I said, Lord, bless our daughters. Bless our daughters. You know what I'm saying? And the reason why the women don't understand why the men are not paying them no attention is because you're showing them entirely too much. You're giving them too much to see. And the first thing they're going to say is, well, if she's trying to show all this to the world, what good is she going to be to me if she don't know how to keep herself covered up? If she do not know how to respect herself? I'm trying to tell y'all, sometimes less is more. Less is more. You don't have to put everything you own, everything you got, and let them show me what you're working with. Come on. You got to know how to carry yourself, even when the sun is hot. I know 92 degrees, 94 degrees, people want to say, take it off, just take it all off. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, them girls was out there, they was putting it out there, but the fellas wasn't biting. They were fishing, but the fellas wasn't biting. The fellas that I seen that was out there, they was standing in their little group, mind their business. They act like they ain't seen none of them. And you know what? I could tell. Women can tell when other women ain't up to no good. We can tell when y'all out there ain't up to no good. But it seemed like they were pressed. The girls were pressed because the boys was minding their own business. They were carrying themselves like gentlemen. They were dressed like gentlemen. They had on regular T-shirts. They had the muscle shirts on with the sleeves out. Shirts came down nicely. Pants, shorts was up on their butt. You could tell somebody raised them right. You could tell that they were very respectable young men, and respectable young men that carried themselves in that fashion. These men, I was so proud of them that they were not even biting at this type of foolishness that was going on because you're trying too hard. Had you been out there and you'd have looked very nice with you could have had on shorts or capris, but your butt didn't have to be out in his face. He didn't have to see the rim of your behind. That was offensive. It must have been offensive to these gentlemen because these young men, they stood their ground and they stood right where they were and they walked off. They just walked off like they were not interested. And if y'all could have seen the look on these women's face, never in my life have I ever seen somebody begging, just literally begging for somebody to pay them some attention. What was wrong? You ain't had no money for no ice cream. You didn't have no money to go get you no Chipotle. I mean, golly day. That's not the way to get it. If you'd have been out there with a cute little sundress on, cute little pair of high heels, toes would have been done beautifully. No, y'all got to get out there and be ratchet, bend all over, let your cheeks hang all out. You got to be out there doing too much. This day and time, you're doing too much. I mean, but anyway, that's a whole nother subject for a whole nother day. Because they're going to do what they want to do. But it was just so funny to me watching how the men were handling themselves. I wanted to clearly see if they were going to come out of character, if they were going to lose their composure, if they were just going to go overboard, if they were going to jump over the deep end, if they're going to act like they ain't never seen a woman before. But no, I was surprised. I was impressed. I was impressed about how our young men were carrying themselves. But ladies, you got to do better. First of all, you got to know your surroundings. You got to know your group, and you got to know your as they say, you gotta know your limit and you gotta know your level. Those were not your level of boys. Y'all were looking for hood rats. Y'all were looking for boys in the hood. Y'all was looking for, and these looked like they were very educated. They looked like they was raised right. Like they were clean. They were dressed nice, respectful, new sneakers on their feet, looking right nice, haircut, pants up on their butt. They had a whole different agenda, and they looking for a whole type of different girl. So young girls, I'm trying to tell you, y'all better learn how to evaluate y'all surroundings. Because if mother had been close enough to you, I would have told you, I did him a deal. I would have did him a deal on you. You know how Medea, said, girl, that's your first mistake right there, thinking he want to see everything you got. Show, have something to the imagination. Cover up, have some standards, have some class. You don't got to show every man everything you got. He'll see it in due time. And if he gonna like you, he gonna like you. If you want to get the man to like you, put some clothes on. Cover yourself up. I could hear Medea just saying everything. I tell y'all, but when I come out here in the evening like this, really, truly, I ain't had no topic for y'all. I just wanted to come out and just enjoy the evening, enjoy the afternoon. And then, because it was so hot today moving around. I mean, that heat was so hot. So hot. And I do have another video I got to post over there on the other channel, too. The other channel is doing well, y'all. If you do not know, Marietta, that's me. I have another channel, and that channel name is Prayed Up and Outside. Prayed Up and Outside. Do not put no spaces between the words. The words run all together. Prayed Up and Outside. Go over and check out my other channel as well. Yeah. And so I was moving around in that heat today, and it made me sleepy. So I came home. I took me a nap. I went to the store. Like I said, I went and got my hair done. I went to the store, shopped around there for a while. Didn't really pick up too much. You know what I'm saying? Got me a nice cold Slurpee, as they say, and a bite to eat. And what did I get to eat? What did I eat today? I think I got a piece of chicken. What did I eat today? I didn't eat a whole lot today. Oh, I got a chicken leg and a salad. I picked that up while I was out moving around. I think I got the salad while I was in Walmart, and I went to Popeyes and got myself one chicken leg and a diet soda. Yeah, that was it. I didn't eat too much today. It was too hot. It was too hot to even be bothered with a bunch of food today. And I did get a lot of fruit. I did eat a big bowl of cantaloupe, and I had a big bowl of grapes, 1 cup each. I had a whole lot of fruit today, and I got more fruit in there before I go to bed. I'm going to have another bowl of cantaloupe, another bowl of grapes, and some broccoli. Yep. I'm trying to eat light, y'all. Mother's trying to make sure that, she get her health right. You know what I'm saying? I'm working on some things. I'm working on me. You know what I'm saying? And I want you to work on you. I want you to spend a lot more time looking in the mirror and loving on yourself, making yourself the best version of you possibly can. And that's what's going to make you feel better. I've been finding little things that actually make me feel better myself. Like I said, when I go to the salon, I used to go to the salon to get my eyebrows done. They don't do them right. So I got to find me a good blade to do them myself. I don't know if I got one in there or not. If not, I'll pick one up next week and do my eyebrows myself. I'm gonna do that myself because that's gonna make me feel good. And I'm gonna do my feet myself and paint them up too. That's gonna make me feel good because I'm not gonna be spending no $50, $60, $70, $80 to get nobody's toes done. And no, you got to limit them coins. And like I told you, I don't wear no nails. I don't wear that anyway. So I just cut my nails down short and I just keep them clean and I just polish them myself if I want them polished. Usually I don't even put no polishes on. Every now and then if they get too ratchet, I used to go and let them straighten them out for me. But now I think I'm going to do that myself because people are getting too crazy. Too much is going on in the world today. Too much has been said, being said. Too much racism going on. Too many people feeling entitled. Too many people you service them and then all of a sudden they act like you need them. Like what they said online, that Asian man said that the black people needed them. And I think that's way cold. We love this servicing people. We were not born to hate. Come on, somebody. We were born to be a blessing. And when you be a blessing to any establishment and they look at you in a hateful fashion, or they look at you like you got to come to them, or they look at you like you don't know no better, or you don't know that they're using you, that's a whole different thing. And y'all know, I told y'all I had bought several, and I got to do another video about that too, because they're over there loving it. It was a video I did when China first came out and said that a lot of the designer pocketbooks allegedly were made by China. I gotta say that word allegedly, because you know how people get. They were made in China, and they were shipped out to the different places like Hermes and Louis Vuitton and Coach, and they put their label on them, but the purses were actually made in China. Well, I did a video about that situation because I knew about that situation very well. I knew that long time ago. Didn't nobody have to tell me that. And I bought some of them very same bags before they got shipped out. And I had back then I had a Chinese friend that I knew. I didn't forget the man's name now because it's been over 15 years ago. I know it's been over 15 years ago. It's been a long time ago. And I purchased a lot of, well, not a lot, but I purchased several Louis Vuitton bags from him. And he told me that them Louis Vuitton bags that he had, these were, as they call them, dupes. But he said, these really, truly are not dupes. This man told me this years ago. He said, they're not dupes. We're going to send these bags to the company. They're going to put their label on them. And then the women are going to be paying $2,000 and $5,000 and $6,000 and $20,000 for these bags. But he sold me my bags on the spot from him, shipped them right to me for $500 a piece. And I still got them bags to this day. They still beautiful. They still holding up beautiful. I did a video about them bags. And you know that video, I did it early on when I first started on YouTube. Well, not when I first started on YouTube, but when they first started this situation about China fighting with America and the tariffs and all of that. And you know, so many people have DM'd me about them bags. So many people are still hitting that video about them bags. But since I did that video so long ago, I think I'm gonna have to redo that video so that everybody now can see those bags once again. And they are beautiful. They are beautiful. And I use them. No, they did not come. I did not buy them from the Louis Vuitton store or from Chanel store or Dooney and Burke store. I bought them from the Chinese. And they were good, strong bags then, and they're good, strong bags now. And they was made with real leather then. They made with real leather now. So I just thank God for that. I just thank God for them giving me some good bags that I can be proud of. You see what I'm saying? So I'm going to do a video on that again because I can tell people, I don't care. I'm going to buy what I like to buy. And I don't got no $2,000 or $3,000 to put in no pocketbook. I bought them bags years ago. And I mean years ago. When I was making good money, I bought them bags and I bought them back. I said I caught them at a good deal. So I bought them and I kept them. And I still have them. And I take them whenever I want to take them. But really, truly, I don't even take them that many places because I don't get dressy. So I decided that this year I'm going to use them if I got shorts on. I don't care what I got on. I'm taking my bags with me. That's what I do to make me happy. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. You know, I remember I used to buy dresses. And I used to always say, I'm gonna wear this dress when somebody invite me somewhere. I'm gonna wear this dress when I get with the girls and we all go out somewhere. Or I'm gonna wear this dress if I take me out on a date. I always had a special dress put up for a special occasion that never happened unless I made it happen. So I would buy a dress. I don't buy no special occasion clothes. If I go buy a dress, I'm gonna get in it and I'm gonna go wherever it is I wanted to go in it. If I buy a new dress and I just wanted to wear it to the club or back then, I would put my dress on and go ahead. And I encourage y'all to put y'all dresses on. I have oh my God, my son. I have a son that I've been thinking about all the time. I told y'all I got a lot of adopted sons. And one of my adopted sons says all the time, you got dresses in your closet that you owe an apology because them dresses been hanging in there waiting for somebody else to take you somewhere when all you got to do is get in it and go somewhere. Y'all stop saving these clothes for somebody to come take you somewhere and do something for you. If you got a beautiful dress in your closet, no matter what color it is, no matter what type it is, I don't care what, it could be a wedding dress. If you ain't never had a white wedding dress and you always wanted to get in one, buy yourself one and put it on. Go get you some beautiful pictures taken. You ain't got to have nobody standing in that dress but you. That's your power. That's your strength. That's your glory. That's your vision. So therefore, you make your own visions come to pass. You don't let nobody work your vision for you. If there's something you always wanted to do, go ahead and do it. If you wanted to go jumping off parachute jumping, parachute jumping off the mountains, go do it. If you want to go hang gliding, go do it. If you want to go mountain climbing, go do it. You want to catch a plane, go do it. Do what you can afford to do and do it for yourself. Do it because you want to do it. But don't have no dresses, no suits hanging in your closet that you waiting for somebody to come take you or somebody to come and do something with you to get it done. If you're a gentleman, you always wanted to put on a tux so you can see how you look in that tux, go and get yourself one, rent it for a night and get in it. Put your Stacey Adams on, put your your they call it what they call the hat, the man's hat, pompadour. Put your hat on and put your two-piece on. Look good for you. Do what you do. Tag me in. Send me a picture of it. I'll tell you how good you look in it. If you just need somebody to tell you how good you look in it. Ladies, put your wedding dresses on. If y'all want to put a wedding dress on, don't wait for nobody to put it on with you. Trust the vision and stand in it. Get in it. Take you some pictures. See how good you look in it. Let the tail of it go across the floor and just stand there in your beauty. Because sometimes you're better off married to yourself. We want to promote marriage, but it's not going to happen for everybody. Everybody's not going to get married. But don't you go to your grave wishing that you would ever put on a white dress and you never put it on. Because that's your fault. Put that dress on. Y'all better come on here and hear what I'm saying today. Hear what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying. Work your vision. Work your vision. Work your vision. And if you want to be married, stop entertaining men that you know you're not going to get married to. Stop entertaining men that are not in your bracket that you don't want to get married to. If they ain't in your tax bracket or you feel as though that they're not good enough for you to marry, stop entertaining them. Stop hanging out with them. Stop going places with them. Stop letting them take you to dinner. Stop letting them use you to. Stop using them to go through the motions. Go through the motions by yourself. Take yourself on over to Red Lobster. Take yourself to Olive Garden. Take yourself to Rue Chris. Take yourself to wherever it is you want to go. The steakhouse, whatever steakhouse in your area. Take yourself there. Take yourself and go and enjoy yourself. You might realize that what you're looking for might meet you there. I'm trying to tell y'all what I know. I'm trying to tell you. Mother trying to drop y'all some gems. I hope y'all picking up what she putting down. I hope y'all picking up what she putting down. Yeah, but I've been asleep. I'm well rested. Mother's wide awake now. And I'm going to fix me some fruit bowl. Get my fruit bowl, get me some yogurt. I'm going to have that before I go to bed. I don't like to eat too much before I go to bed. It's already after 8 o'clock right now, so I won't be taking in too much because you don't want no food laying on your belly all night long, making your belly hurt. So, yeah. I hope some of y'all, you know what? I hope these videos have inspired some of y'all that if you didn't get outside during the day, wait till the coolest part of the day and just come out for a little bit. Come out for a little bit. This is what I love right here. This is what I love. My son, he likes to play his video game. That's what he's doing. I really believe, though, if I had his wheelchair, he might want to come out a little more, but he don't like, he's afraid of falling and things of that nature. So he likes to just stay put, which is good for me because, like I said, I don't want to have to, push him harder than what he is able to do. So they are working on his wheelchair, by the way. And so we got an appointment. I don't know exactly when it is next week or week after next. We got an appointment to go pick out his chair for him. So yeah, we're going to be doing that here soon. Pick out a chair and let them order that. Well, y'all, with that being said, I think I'm going to get myself in here. And thank y'all for walking through this chat with me and enjoying this time out before it get dark. Because as you can see, I don't know if y'all can tell, but the sun has gone down really nice. And it is getting ready to get dark. So, yeah, I'm going to go in here and make my fruit bowl up. Get me some yogurt. And get up on the couch and watch some YouTube. YouTube is my favorite channel, y'all, because y'all my favorite people. Yeah, I love y'all so much. But I do have a video that I will be posting in a few minutes also on the other channel. Y'all go on over there and check that out. And, yeah, enjoy the rest of your night.
Okay, that was a good video, but she kind of went off topic, though, but she did talk about she did talk about men aren't interested in dating. She kind of went off topic though. that's kind of what I do. I go off topic on my videos, but I try not to go off topic in all the videos I do. That's how I do a lot of shorts because I'm gonna go off topic if I do a video longer. That's a good video. So yeah, yeah, I'm gonna start to get with the Bible quotes, and then I'm gonna up the panel, and I'll probably ask my videos. Probably tomorrow. I'll probably do a video tomorrow. Just react to the videos, and probably react to the videos, and I'll probably do that stream. I'll probably record a video just to get my thoughts on it, what I think about them so far. Just get my thoughts about. I'll probably do the reaction first, and then I'll record a video about I think my thoughts on them, because you gotta usually do that. Give my thoughts on YouTubers and make a video. And it's probably gonna be a short video, but yeah. But I probably do X-Men videos, talk about X-Men. I react to the videos. And I'll probably react to more Marietta Coleman videos too. That's probably gonna be the next stream tomorrow. I'll probably just be reacting to videos. I'll probably just put reacting to Marietta Coleman and X-Men 97, 91 videos. I'll probably just title it that probably if I do react to their videos. If I want to do a stream on them. So yeah, those are two of my favorite YouTubers. So that's how I will react to them, react to their videos. So Bible quotes. Get on with the Bible quotes. Let's read the Bible quotes. He gives power to the weak and strength to the powerless. Isaiah 40:29. God promised to make something good out of the storm to bring devastation to your life. Romans 8:28. For God give us our spirit, not a fear, but of power and power and love and self-control. I will walk by faith. That's 2 Timothy 1:7. I will walk by faith even when I cannot see. 2 Corinthians 5:7. So be careful to live your life wisely and not foolishness. That's Ephesians 5:15. So yeah, God is with you in all that you do. Genesis 21:22. Those are other Bible quotes. Other Bible quotes I'll read, but I'll probably do more Bible quotes and more reaction videos tomorrow. So yeah, time to open up the panel. Who should I open up the panel to? I'll play the music for a while. Open the panel. I have a few people I could have join. So I'm just going to send it to Golden and just see if he wants to talk about. I have a few things I want to talk to him about. But I think tomorrow I'll just be sending to J-Dog, Active Productions, Lady Batman Fan, and Ryan Live Good. But probably just really good. And it's a Batman fan. Not probably really good. Jackie Productions and J Dog. Maybe just J Dog and Jackie Productions. Maybe that's probably just other people I'll send it to. But I'll see if Ghost could come in. But if he can't, I'll just probably end stream. But yeah. Well, I may do a stream tomorrow. If not tomorrow, probably next time I'll do it is Friday. Um, I don't know. I might do it tomorrow. If the next stream I do is tomorrow. Maybe wait after I get off of dinner. Do a stream again. But like maybe do a stream around 7 o'clock and just react to Moretta Coleman videos and X-Men 97 videos and who else? But it's very active little videos and probably do Bible, do more Bible quotes. But that's about it. I might do the live stream just talking about the wrestling events that I saw. So I'll probably do a live stream on that. I could do individual videos and just talk about the happen on each show. I could do that too if I don't do a live stream. But more stuff to come here on GM Morgan TV. I could be Ghost is busy, probably doing something. Probably on the bus or something. So I'm probably gonna leave this live stream. My friend got me groceries, so I'm gonna get those groceries, and then I'll probably pay game, probably pay my video game. See if I can. I'll probably stream W2K26 and just work on the Batman fans moves. But probably just have a couple matches on W2K26 and just try to build momentum just to gain XP and win more stuff on there. That's what I'll probably do. That's what I'll probably do. So peace everyone. I'm out. Peace. Have a good day. Have a good night. Peace everyone.